Right now is the time for action. So much is at stake in this election. And with the polls closing in just 2 days, all of us need to make our voices heard.
Republicans are predicting a red wave. But what will they try to accomplish if they win back control of Congress?
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who may very well become Speaker of the House, laid out the issues at the GOP forefront if they establish a post-midterms majority, starting with building a strong economy.
Tackle this inflation, become energy independent so you can afford to fill up your tank and still have money left for food.
McCarthy appearing Sunday on Fox and Friends Weekend. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who is running for re-election, said on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures that the GOP knows it can't be overly aggressive if it takes over Congress.
Fox's Kevin Uretsky. Some Democrats are saying democracy itself is at stake if Republicans take control of Congress. House Majority Whip James Clyburn explained the fear on Fox News Sunday.
Democracy will be ended. The world will continue to exist. The world was here before Hitler. The world was here after Hitler. That's what we're saying.
President Biden's among the many Democrats who have cautioned that democracy is at risk. Police in Phoenix have arrested 2 suspects in the killing of an 80-year-old Air Force veteran. They say the arrests were made after the suspects pawned the chainsaw used to dismember the victim's body. Both of the suspects apparently have been roommates of the victim. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
Of the day, I'm Senator Chris Dueñas. We've gone from a viral pandemic to a drug epidemic. It is time to stand up the multi-agency unified law enforcement group to stem the flow of drugs and combat crime with force. Maulik is not just another task force, it is a program focused on stopping the distribution of meth and opioids, as well as placing enough police officers patrolling our streets. It is time to make Guam Maulik again.
Re-elect Senator Chris Dueñas. The fight continues.
I am Chris Dueñas, and I approve this message.
In a series of regulatory challenges this week, the Supreme Court will consider what authority federal agencies have.
Challenges to the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. The Supreme Court is also expected this week to hear consolidated challenges to the Indian Child Welfare Act, used to decide child custody disputes on tribal territories. The court last considered that law in 2013. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Tributes are being paid to pop star Aaron Carter, who was found dead Saturday. Fox's Jane Fergus reports.
Aaron Carter rose to fame at just 9 years old with 2 platinum albums. Authorities say the Aaron's Party singer was found unresponsive in a bathtub inside his California home. The younger brother of Backstreet Boy Nick Carter, Aaron later ventured into TV, Broadway, even boxing, but his adulthood was plagued by legal issues and struggles with substance abuse. Aaron Carter was just 34 years old. Jane Fergus, Fox News.
Pope Francis called female genital mutilation a crime today and said the fight for women's rights, equality, and opportunity must continue for the good of society. Francis was responding to a question about women's rights en route home from Bahrain. They're still celebrating in Houston after the Astros beat the Phillies 4-1 in Game 6 of the World Series.
There goes the runner, fly ball down the right field line. Tucker comes on. Kyle Tucker, this time they finish the job. The Houston Astros, world champions.
Final call on Fox TV. Yordan Alvarez hit a towering go-ahead homer as the Astros clinched their second World Series title in 6 seasons. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Fear has no place in our government or community. Yet Tony and I hear from many who are being intimidated to support the current administration. Put our campaign sign in your yard or lose your job. Tony and I will not threaten or intimidate. This is not what our island is about. These are not the values with which we were raised. It's time to return Guam to our values, to our traditions of honor and respect. It's time for a new season. I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Adams.
We approve this message.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Hafaday, I'm Amanda Shelton. It's been my greatest honor to serve as your senator. We've been able to accomplish so much during this time for our Manamku and our Manhoban, and as we turn the corner of the pandemic, I remain inspired by our island's strength and will continue serving in ways that uplift and empower our people. I humbly ask for one of your votes this election. Siduas Maasi.
Paid for by the committee to elect Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat, Johnny Kultura's treasurer.
Wouldn't you like your car to use 40% less gas? The new Ukudu generator and more solar energy will use less oil and lower your power bill. I want to make sure that happens. I'm Simon Sanchez, I'm running for the CCU, and I approve this message.
I'm Dr. Sama Bini Young. I've served as a Senator and Director of Labor. I'm also an entrepreneur and educator. As your Senator, I will prioritize the training and education of students and workers to support the rebuilding of our economy. I understand our community's needs for affordable living and housing, and the need for aggressive drug enforcement to stop its serious impact. And there's a need for smarter and smaller government, like a part-time legislature that works for Guam and having more efficient GovGuam departments. Please support me with one of your votes for Senator to work for you on these issues. I'm Dr. Sama Bini Young.
Paid for by friends of Sama Bini Young. Gina Ramos, Treasurer.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:07 on Monday, November 7. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 5 people were rushed to 2 separate hospitals following a serious car crash in Barragata, leaving 1 man dead. The accident happened just after 6 o'clock Friday evening along Route 10 near Untalan Middle School, involving 2 cars. 1 man was taken to GRMC and 4 others were rushed to GMH. GPD spokesperson Officer Berlin Savella says the unidentified man was pronounced dead at GRMC by attending physicians. The 4 others at GMH are stable and have been discharged. The crash forced authorities to divert traffic for several hours until the scene was cleared. Guam Highway Patrol officers are investigating. And police are searching for several individuals seen in a viral video fighting near a homeless encampment near the entrance to Two Lovers Point in Dedido. 4 people were using several objects to hit each other near the 3-way intersection across from the Micronesia Mall. The person who reported the incident called 911 while someone else continued recording the fight. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio says the incident is believed to have occurred on Thursday when GPD received a complaint and responded. Officers attempted to find the individuals at the location Thursday and Friday, but they could not be located and no arrests have been made. Dedido Mayor Melissa Savares says organizations such as the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention, Public Health, and the Homeless Coalition have visited them, but she is not sure if the individual's application for assistance had been processed. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
After serving as the superintendent of Catholic education for just over a year, Father Val Rodriguez will be stepping down at the end of the year to focus on pressing duties as the parochial administrator of the Totu Parish. Archdiocese Director of Communications Tony Diaz says Father Val's last day as superintendent will be December 31, and an interim superintendent will be announced soon. He had assumed the superintendent position in October 2021 at the request of Archbishop Michael Burns. And Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has released a new executive order relative to the public health emergency. On Saturday, Leon Guerrero extended the public health emergency declaration from November 6 to December 6, but she also anticipates a target end date of January 11, 2023, and instructs affected agencies to coordinate transition measures and provide information to individuals affected by any consequent change in services. The national public health emergency is scheduled to end on that same date. And the governor wrote that, barring serious disruption to our response and recovery efforts, I am also prepared to end our public health emergency at that time. The continuation of the public health emergency has been a point of contention in the upcoming election, with the Republican gubernatorial team of former Governor Felix Camacho and Senator Tony Ada criticizing Leon Guerrero for the ongoing extension of the emergency. On Friday, the Camacho Ada campaign called on the governor to end this public health emergency now and help return Guam back to normalcy with freedom and hope restored. The governor first declared a state of emergency on March 14, 2020. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Yeah, it is kind of confusing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're going to go until December, and then are we going to extend it until January the 11th is the thing. Well, they just come out and say the whole thing will end. They just extend it until the 11th and then be done with it.
Maybe there are other plans.
I don't know, but I'm more intrigued as to why a big deal wasn't made about it. Frankly, I got word about it. It was, I don't know, it was late. Was it Friday or Saturday? And I thought, you know what? Maybe because I looked everywhere, I couldn't find anything. So I found Crystal Paco on St. Augustine on the WhatsApp and said, "Hey, has the public health been extended by?" And she said, "Yeah. Yeah, it has.
It was like 9 o'clock, right? 9 o'clock.
Were you guys going to tell anybody? Were you going to make a big deal about it? So she sends it to me, and then I posted it up on Facebook over the weekend, and that's, I think, where PDN found it. Because otherwise, the regular mainstream media around here is either biased or lazy or both. I'm not sure, but you'd think that they would have wanted to know about that Friday sometime, right? I don't know. Anyway, 6:11 in the morning, here it comes, the weather. Wait, I almost told you it was Joni Mitchell's birthday here. It is. Yeah, isolated showers in the forecast. Otherwise, mostly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees. East wind 6 to 11 miles an hour. You can't trust that mostly sunny anymore. We got the mostly sunny yesterday, and I said, grill marks, baby. Grill marks. Went and got myself some beer, cooler, bikini, went over to the beach and hanging out, and it was nice. As grill marks were coming down, I had to use my SPF 100 to cover up the tattoo, and then all of a sudden I didn't have to worry about it anymore because I got into one of those isolated showers situations. And it's my fault. I called the devil on this one because I was so proud. I'm sitting there on the beach and I'm looking up north and there's a line of rain that's moving through there, and I look down south and there's a line moving through there, and I said, I'm in the perfect position for grill marks on a Sunday afternoon, and then the two of them combined and then washed right over me, and that's how I got my sun. That's how I ended my beach time yesterday. Scattered showers in the forecast for tonight. Otherwise, mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. And then tomorrow, partly sunny. But one of the other things I've got to include in the forecast here is tomorrow night, there's going to be a lunar eclipse. Did you hear? No, you know why? Because nobody's talking about it. It's one of those lunar eclipses. Only happens once every 2,000 years or every 6 months. I'm not sure exactly what the timing on this one. This one in particular.
You want to watch the moon with me, Ray?
You know what? And can I just say what a dramatic moon it was coming up here this morning? I was waking up this morning. I made that turn onto Route 8 from the street, and I'm like, look at that show off moon. Look at that. It's just Benidoso moon. Look at me. I'm big. I'm big, and I'm almost brown and kind of yellow in there. Anyway, beautiful moon. And like I said, there's going to be tomorrow. I checked this out. I checked it out, and then I went on Facebook and had the nerds confirm what I was looking at. Nerds. No, James Howard and Landon Idlet.
Oh, yeah. Major nerds.
Baby. Major nerds. And they confirmed that tomorrow at 20 hours, 59 minutes, which will be 8:59, that's when we will be at totality here. That's when there will be a full block of...
I'm going to try and get the Star Lady, Ray.
Try the Star Lady. If we can't find the Star Lady, Landon will have to do. Otherwise, what have we got here? Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow night. Oh, that's going to suck. It's going to block everything. But pray it moves away. Scattered showers and partly sunny in the forecast for Wednesday. Hey, did anybody mention that tomorrow's Election Day?
No, it's not.
Think maybe I will. Maybe the subject will come up today. I don't know. We got the high surf advisory in effect. Heat index 96 degrees is what it's going to feel like, and a possibility about 30% chance of rain today. Sunrise in 3 minutes. Sunset tonight at 5:52 p.m. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundle bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you.
Under Felix Camacho's leadership, 90% of the lands administered by the Ancestral Lands Commission were returned to their original landowners. Felix Camacho when elected as governor, and Jim Moylan when elected to Congress, will work together to ensure that excess lands are once again returned to their original landowners. On Election Day, please vote Republican.
Evelyn G. Casil, Treasurer.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by GRMC. They are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Checking the late news here. Wanted to see if there's any annoying tweets from Elon Musk. I mean, they're not annoying to me. They seem to be annoying everybody else here. And
they're entertaining you and I.
So regarding Twitter's reduction in force, unfortunately, there's no choice when the company is losing over $4 million a day. Everyone exited was offered 3 months of severance, which is 50% more than legally required, says Elon Musk here today. And one of the fun tweets that's floating around is one where it basically tells the Twitter employees, hey, you know what? Just go find another job. The same thing that you guys told pipeline guys and oil and coal diggers to go. Just go find another job. It's okay.
Elephants never forget.
6:18 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you this morning. Thrilled to be getting some great sunrise pictures. Although I'm wondering what sunrise is going to look like tomorrow. What colors will the sunrise be tomorrow on Election Day? What colors will the sunrise be on Wednesday morning, or will the numbers be in by Wednesday morning? I don't know. It's according to Maria, they said it should go faster because they're only looking at what was it? Said there's only one ballot that needs to be counted, one sheet of paper.
Yeah, but at less than 24-hour turnaround time. Isn't that a little?
You know, there's places in the world where they'd be upset if it took any longer than about 5 or 6 hours to get all the votes in, and a whole lot more.
Not official though, right?
No, they're not official until the Guam Election Commission meets and then certifies the results. But for all intents and purposes, unless there's something odd in the play.
There's nothing odd. I want to know
on Wednesday morning. Yes. Yeah, it would be nice to walk in on Wednesday morning and take a look at the winners and say, those are all my people. Those were all of the people that I liked and I supported, and they are the winners. Unfortunately, it never works that way for me, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Anyway, so let me just go around the room and tell you who everybody is. Real Joe is over there. Good morning, Real Joe. How you doing, everybody?
Good morning, man. Good morning.
And good morning. It's always good to have you. Kind of a little contained here this morning. You all right?
No, I'm fine, man.
You good? All right.
I'm great.
All right. One of the things, maybe I'll just put this up on, see how much of this I can get up on the screen. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get any of it. I might need to lean forward on this. So what you can see kind of behind me and over my shoulder, do you see that?
I see it.
It's
man.
a Christmas tree.
I see it and I feel it.
They're Christmassy
I feel it right
things.
here.
Here's the thing. So I'm a managing partner of this facility, and I did not ask anybody to put any Christmas decorations
That's
up.
right.
Yet, lo and behold, on Monday morning, the 7th, it looks like we've got our own fairies and elves that came by the radio station and have put up a Christmas tree in this studio. The only thing that we're missing is the scent of the Christmas tree, that Christmas tree smell.
Yeah, the pine.
So the next
Douglas fir.
The next time you go to the gas station, see if you can get one of those like things.
Spray.
Yeah. Or whatever it is that they've got over
I'll
there.
get a branch of a real tree, Ray.
That stuff that you spray in the potty before like Kevin goes in.
Yeah.
Maybe that. Maybe we can get something like that and just kind of get that refreshed Christmas smell in the building. 20 after 6 o'clock. So anyway, he gets the phone when you call 888-8255 888-TALK. Meme Machine definitely working this morning. I got pictures of all kinds coming in here and folks talking about what is this? Is this early morning accident here on the roadway? Looks like a car. There's the car with Duffy front end of it, and this looks like is what it hit. Good. Kind of hope everybody is okay. Can't recognize the place, but we'll see what we can find out about that. And then there's another crazy story that was in my WhatsApp this morning. I'm trying to get confirmation on it. Probably shouldn't mention it until I do, but somebody had sent it to me as another example of just how safe Guam is. Apparently there was a melee out there in the central last night, and somebody lost a hand. Now I cannot get that's what WhatsApp said. I never lie. WhatsApp told me that, but I don't have it confirmed yet by officers of the Guam Police Department. We'll see what we can find out here this morning as things move on. If you've got any information, any intel on that, and can confirm it one way or the other, by all means, 797-8255. That's the Meme Machine number. It's basically WhatsApp. It's not basically. It is WhatsApp, and that's how we find that you and I can communicate visually. And many of the visual things that you are sending in this morning will find their way onto the actual visual portion of the program on Facebook Live and on YouTube Live this morning. And near as I can tell, everything seems to be running good because I'm not hearing anybody. I don't see anybody growling about audio or glitchy video or anything like that.
God.
Yeah, mostly just kind of there's people that are really upset about the last 4 years of this administration, and I think they might let their feelings be known here this morning on the Facebook side, perhaps even on the YouTube side. I'll check some of the comments down the road a little bit later on. 888-8255 for voice if you want to get in on that. And can I say, I don't need the video, I don't need the audio on this one, and it'll just confuse people. But clearly, my friends, the rugby wars have begun, or to say it like the guy in Star Wars, begun. The rugby wars have. There's apparently another one of these melees over the weekend. This is not necessarily as entertaining, I think, as the bum fight over at what people are referring to as is it Camp Leon Guerrero?
It's a commune.
They're calling it the Camp Leon Guerrero, and it looks like we got the bunch of kids got out there and it started on the field and escalated and then de-escalated. It looks like adults got in there and started doing what adults are supposed to do when kids start fighting, and then not too long after that, as the story is told, it looks like the rumble in the rugby jungle continued after all of that. And I'm trying to looking for the adults to come in, and naturally, I think after the first round was done, I think they just let them get it out of their system. Let it get them out of their system. You get these athletes, at a certain level, and they're just kind of high strung and very emotional about
testosterone.
Things. Yeah, exactly. So it might be one of those where it just got to let it get them, get it out of your system, and then after that, we'll go to Shakey's and have Mojo potatoes and fried chicken and pizza. And light beer,
and play video games too.
They don't do that anymore, do they?
No.
Where is the spot for that kind of thing? 624. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines. And unlike most of last week, there is actual news floating around here today. We've actually got a couple of stories that might be interesting and keep her busy over the next 2.5 hours. A lot of folks to talk to as well. There's my friend Jean Cepeda is going to be in a little bit later on, making a plug for a group that she wants to build up. That's later in the program. And tomorrow over at Chili's, they're going to be doing a 2 for Tuesday taco thing. Election day. Now, I was at the last one, and I'm going to make a big point about this. Even before I get Marcus on the line a little bit later on this morning, you need to get there early, all right? Don't screw around. It's go and vote, and then go to Chili's second floor, the Chuman Sands Plaza, and wait out a spot there. Call your friends. Make sure they get in early as well, because the last time they did this, and it wasn't that long ago, I went in, met up a buddy of mine at the bar, and then we met up with another bunch of buddies into that kind of room that they've got there on the way to the outdoor section. You remember when we were made to eat outdoors all the time? I'm sorry, am I bringing up a bad memory of the COVID to present moments? I'm sorry. But anyway, so we got out there, and it occurred to me that, wow, this place is filling up fast, and it did. And so I went out to go meme for, in between, because I told you I met my buddy earlier at the bar, right?
Shishi.
Broke the seal. And so I went out, and there was a huge line of people that were, and it's not like, because if it was me and I walked up and there was a huge line of people, I'd turn around and leave. See you, bye-bye. But it was so good that people were staying in line to get there. So I'm going to let you know, Chili's, 2 for Tuesday, $2. I want to say it's like, not 2 for Tuesday, $2 tacos. I'll get the information on that. Marcus will share it, but it's a good deal. It's one of those, you buy it like a margarita. I think you get a free taco in there as well. A bunch of different flavors to choose from. Sorry, talking fast again. I feel like there's so much in my head that I've got to get out. Exciting activities over the weekend. Maybe you got into some cool stuff. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. Want to hear what you were up to. So put it down on the meme machine or stick it in the YouTube side or the Facebook side. Ought to check. Let me check the YouTube first here. We don't have to play the song just yet. You know what? Maybe the YouTube guys should get their own song.
Wow.
Just
that's extra.
I know. But you got the Facebook guys, and they've always been there since the beginning. But it's only been fairly recently that we've been able to get comments on the YouTube side. So it seems to me maybe we ought to have just a special carve out just for people like Far From Home, Peter Tureen, Robin Hesita saying good morning to everybody. Who's your Big Daddy 06? Francie Solis and Lupang Guam says it's crystal clear. They literally stated in a recent campaign ad that Guam gets Fed money for being in a state of emergency. Guam is flat broke and in debt, so no choice. Florida can afford to say no, but not necessarily Guam. Really, Lupeng?
Wow.
Are we flat?
It's heavy for a Monday, man.
Yeah. That's the Monday before the election. I got a feeling that everything is going to be heavy today. Go ahead, like the rugby kids, get it out of your system. 888-8255-797-8255. And let's talk about these rugby stars right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, that's funny. Jose posted this. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see it yet, but I think it's funny. It says, little baby crying. It says, I'm going to leave this group, but first I'm going to post about leaving this group. Then I'm going to stick around to see what everybody thinks about me leaving this group. That's the way we do that. Sorry, this, WhatsApp groups, things like that. This is not the airport. We don't have to announce your departure at this time. 6:28 in the morning. All right, online. Do I have a... Wait, let me see if I get the list up on the big screen that's in front of me first. I mean, I got the little one going, but it always feels like this one has the early leaders.
Yeah, the big one, right?
Yeah. Let me press that button there. Says Sarita. Nope, doggone it. I was going to say, Sarita looks like she might have come in at number one, asking, is it Friday yet? Followed by our favorite guy artist. There's Ron Castro saying good morning. Ruben Mortera with his big buenos. Rico B says every day should be Friday. And Harvey asking, was that fight at Camp Leon Guerrero? Can I just say, I will sometimes like to think that I'm the smartest and prettiest and funniest in the group, but there are days like today where, I feel pretty, I feel smart, but funny. Harvey Egna just kicked my ass on funny right there. Camp Leon Guerrero. Would it be possible, as somebody... Bye, Chino. A, are you in town? B, are you listening? Can we make a little, like the sign? In fact, take the sign from the Agana swimming pool that says whatever's in progress. Flip that over, and on the other side, right, Camp Leon Guerrero. Yeah, Camp LGT. Because that in my mind is testimony to everything that we've had to get used to in the last 4 years. Sherry Iriarty online. Colin, you want an island of meth heads roaming? If you want an island of meth heads roaming the island, then vote for Lou and Josh. What's that? Pika's best Ray in the point. Pam Duvall, the hot sister of the program. That's where she held her rallies. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. In a sign of what must have been just unusual for people to pass by. The juxtaposition of you got all these people, a lot of government employees, ranking people like that, doing their ways. Hey, look, we didn't lose any jobs here, and everything is good. Hey, did I show you my new truck? Look at that. Everybody's happy in this group. And then right behind them is all these people living in squalor and entertaining themselves by beating the crap out of each other on a Friday afternoon. Know what I mean? Dave Dinsman online. Good morning. Good to see you there. All I want for Christmas is you, says Sarita Garin.
Oh, yeah?
Who's that? is there a wink there?
Wow.
What's going on? Welcome to the Burr Months again. Rico B's online. Heather Paris. Rico Blancaflor. I got to say a big thanks to him. Rico and I were chatting over the weekend on the group chat, and I asked kind of out loud, hey, does anybody have betel nut? It was one of those things where I wanted it to sound like I was broadcasting it to the group, but really I was speaking directly to Rico Blancaflor because he's got bomb betel nut.
Oh, really?
You see this? Yeah,
nice.
yeah. Well, it's dried.
Dark.
It's dried a little bit because it was in my pot. Well, he didn't know if it was ready yet. I said, cut one open. He sent a picture of it, and I'm like, dude, that's ready to go. So he brought me some, and I'll tell you what's so good. You know, I've not had betel nut like this, literally, because I've been eating the shakes lately.
Yeah.
Which means basically whatever I find in my pocket after the laundry, and so I was so. Malago, right? Magodai for it. My hands were shaking as I was holding the tienes. And I thought, my God, I'm going to cut myself. Somebody cut these for me because I swear to God, I'll lose a finger if I'm not careful. Anyway, thanks, Rico. Really, 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 really appreciate that. Heather Paris is online. Bandits there. Francie Solis. I got, let me see, Tim Zedeker. Ismail again. Why is she asking the agencies to prepare for transition? What kind of transition? Odd or creepy? Extended public health emergency forever, says Sarita. Hey, there's my favorite cameraman, Isaac, online. I got, let me see, Donna D hanging out. Providing some degree of adult supervision on the Facebook side. Sarita Garin, at least when January 11th, because that's when the one in the States ends, so we can't get any more federal funds. Marla Carbolito Castro is there. I got, what's that, Dave? Says Rico Blancaflor. My family just cooked down a pumpkin over the weekend. Got enough for 7.5 pies. How big was that pumpkin? Can you, ask me, that's kind of amazing. Dan Rasol's there, John Ray Titano. I got Peter J. Santos saying, total eclipse of the heart. Is this Peter Santos that wants everybody to write his name in tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't know, Peter. It's so hard.
Got the effort.
Yeah, take the pen, capital P-E-T-E-R, capital S-A-N-T-O-S. You know, it's so much easier to just put a check mark next to somebody's name. Just kind of curious, just how compulsive are you about filling in the oval when you're voting? Is that something where you like do you like leave a hole in there?
Outside of the line?
Yeah. Or what
Spoiled
do you do if it goes outside?
Right,
I need another one. Colored outside the line. All right, so how ironic. Lunar eclipse on election night. It's the lunatic moon. Prayers. Pam's got this thing down. I got to say it as well. So many people chiming in on social media. My WhatsApp says, prayers lifted up for Uncle Robert Philip Titano. Master Ifit Carver passed away at home peacefully in his sleep. Thanks. I got the word.
Oh, wow.
First word I heard on that was Keenan McCausland, who wrote in early over the weekend that he had passed. Prayers, thoughts to the family. Anthony Bennett, Lujan Duenas online. Is that a lunar eclipse? Yes, it is a lunar eclipse because it's at night. If it was the other one, would have been during the daytime. But then again, I'm not science geek. I'm pretty good, but I'm just saying we'll get that confirmed with either Star Lady or Landon later on. Francie Solis is there. Valerie S.A. Untalan, Big Sister Shelley online here, and she's recovering from lunch with baby Mayumi yesterday. She had her ring ceremony.
ring ceremony.
Yeah. No, for Academy chicks, this is a huge deal.
Jostins.
They had mass.
Was it Jostins, Ray?
Isn't it always Jostins?
I'm kidding.
And isn't it always Hawaiian portraits? But no, they got this Chinese guy that was.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He's the guy that's taking all the pictures. No, I think he's from here.
Okay.
He's got a shop over by Moses. Anyway, so he was in charge. He was the Ayatollah of the photography over at the Mass the other day, and it was nice. It was basically closed to moms and dads, so family, aunties and uncles couldn't show up. So Shelly decided she was going to go take Miami out for a nice lunch yesterday, and everybody's happy about that. Post Canteen, OMG. Post Canteen, no winner Friday. The jackpot is now $1.9 billion.
Wow, Ray.
Oh, wait. No, that's the other lottery. Okay, so Post Canteens is $2,623. You know, that's almost $3,000.
Right again, Ray.
Thank you very much. Tired of being right? Anyway, so, but have you been keeping track of the other one? Apparently, they did not get a winner again in the big stateside lottery. $1.9 billion at this point. So, I mean, even if you opted for the cash out, you might still end up getting about $1 billion in this thing after they take out the tax. I'd completely blow that. I'd be going out there and blowing it like Elon Musk, right? Linda typed in outrageous. Hey, dude, happy to see you there. Charles Craw, Mark and Francis Ishmael. I got Jerome McDonald. 2 more days till election there. Through the grapevine, most everyone here is hoping for a red to take over.
What, California?
It's in California. Don't they have somebody that they've got a couple of places, a couple of seats that are up for grabs in traditionally blue parts, but you know, even the Californians are going, oh my God, really $8 a gallon for gas, and where'd all these illegal aliens come from all of a sudden, you know? And my God, I wanted to go to San Francisco, but I'd have to change my shoes about once every hour because I've been stepping on human poop all day.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And
well, I mean,
needles,
that's what it's like. Brennan Fausto saying, let's go veterans. Anna Marie is there. Richard Leon, Alex Affligui. Good morning, Chairman Ray and staff, he says, which I love. Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities is hanging out with us.
Morning, Uncle Si.
Rico Blanca for Christmas. Christmas, don't be late. Brad Wood's there. I ran into Joe and Giovanni at Stacks on Saturday. Is that you, Joe?
Oh, wow.
Did you run into, did you
now
see
we
Brad?
know who's snitching. Yeah, I ran into him, man. It was cool. I was walking out.
What'd you?
I didn't eat. I got some burgers for the fams.
Really?
Yeah.
But not for you?
No, I'm fasting, Ray.
Oh, wow. Okay, gotcha. All right. Dave Dinsman says, hearing from an acquaintance out in Kentucky, he said he's not seeing any paper ballots anywhere, only machines running through Dominion software. RIP Kentucky. Collins plays open bar at a bar of Ray's choice. Should Camacho add a win? Well, and if the Camacho out of team wins, who knows? We might even get a new song from Donna. I don't know. Who else is there? Pam, Jose Martinez. When will the daily local media begin reporting on MedHealth's lack of business license to operate as a collection agency? Again, either biased or lazy. Don't know. Let me see. Carol Ann Prume is there. Dave says, I haven't been to Stacks in months. Hitting Savage Sandwich Company later for limited time offer, only $60 for Ross with Love Moist Maker sandwiches. It's going to take me a half hour to unpack that. Dave, could you a little bit more on the Splain side? Limited time offer, only $60 for Ross with Love Moist Maker sandwiches. Are those part of are those menu items over at Savage? You don't know.
I don't know.
You know what? I've been to Savage like twice.
Yeah, me too.
And just honestly, you know, between us girls, I was hammered both times. So I couldn't tell you what's on the menu. I enjoyed it for sure. Randy Landeskog, Kay Armstrong is there. Cheryl Ochai, good to see my family, my life, saying good morning and half a day, everybody. Ed Wendicha, that's Bandit, hanging out. Harvey, Rico B, Brennan, Sarita. Everybody's talking to each other. My family, my life says, Gut Pugwa? Yes, Gut Pugwa. But if you've got some and, you know, you're New Wave tomorrow and you're like, I don't chew that because my dentist, then by all means, as long as it's red on the inside when you cut it open. If it's brown, if it's tonga, just cut the tree down. Yeah. Auntie Bennett. Okay. I think I've got just about everybody in here. I'm looking for some new names. But now you guys are all talking to each other like you haven't seen each other since Friday. Hey, there's Doug Moylan. Good to see Doug Moylan. Noise. Close enough. Juanita Machi, Amy Rose, Agagi Edmondson, Biba Bunker, and Melissa Salas Akimoto. Melissa's here. We can start.
Morning.
When Rowie is there as well. Maybe you saw it over the weekend. Prettiest girl at the Diwali. You didn't see that? Yeah.
What is
I did
that?
not
Is that
know.
some
I'm just saying,
Indian
I saw a picture.
celebration?
Festival of Lights, I think is what it is
It's
over there.
their equivalent of like how we celebrate Christmas.
Bistra, Rusanova Mendiola, Elizabeth Mendiola Kichitu, Tracy Perez Limtiaco from the Power Companies Online, and Nick Perlowski saying, new name. Are we right-clicking anywhere? Nick pointed out. Anyway, 6:39. Lots and lots to get to this morning, and lots and lots of political ads. This is like the newspaper over the weekend. You catch? I went to King's yesterday for breakfast, and a lady said, "Would you like a newspaper?" And I said, "Yeah." And it's like the first 8 pages were political ads. And I said, "Is there any news in here?" And the lady looked at me. She says, "Is there ever?" Is there ever? And I said, thank you very much. You're right. In 20 minutes, it'll be 7 o'clock in the morning. Here is some news with Donna De Jesus. Donna, what's going on?
The impact of the national shortage of the antibiotic amoxicillin has yet to be felt on Guam. Multiple local pharmacies have reported that they are fully stocked. The FDA issued a notice saying it is in short supply as efforts are ongoing to manage the critical shortage. The medication is used to treat bacterial infections, including pneumonia and bronchitis. An FDA spokesperson said manufacturing and quality problems, delays, and discontinuations can trigger shortages. Meanwhile, 11 retired GPD officers are back on duty. The group was sworn in again during a ceremony held at the governor's office on Friday. The program to bring police retirees back to perform administrative duties is part of the efforts taken to support the lack of manpower on the force. As part of an incentive to come back from retirement, the officers were given a $10,000 bonus. The administration says this will allow other officers to show a greater police presence throughout the community. And a few education updates from GDOE. There will be no classes for all public schools tomorrow, November 8th, for Professional Development Day, and no classes this Friday, the 11th, for Veterans Day. GCC's college assembly will be tomorrow from 8 to 4 for all GCC employees. Classes will resume at 4 o'clock. And JFK's Parent Teacher Student Association will meet on Thursday the 10th at 6:30 at the library. And those are your local headlines. On the point now, back to Ray.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you're hearing some paper shuffling in the background. That's only me. I'm looking. I'm not sure if I still have it. I got a big stash of papers that I didn't go through from last week. And one of the things that I wanted to find here this morning, because I got what's his name online, says Luis Hortillosa. Says, good morning, Guam. With the last poll, with a 2% margin, we just hope that 50% plus one is met, or else a runoff election is a great possibility. So people of Guam, go out and vote tomorrow. If you want to make a difference, vote for change, out with the old and in with the new. Just like diapers, you have to change them all from time to time. And what I wanted to do was give you the numbers on that survey. It's from GuamSurveys.com. And again, without getting too deep into the woods on it, it's an interesting survey as far as online surveys go. I'm not a big fan of online surveys. My preference is for the people conducting the survey to be more active in the selection of the subjects, as opposed to the subjects being able to log in and vote as often as they want, anytime they want. I think that tends to skew the results one way or the other, and make it so that there's probably a whole lot more hesitancy, at least on my part, to embrace it. But it being the only thing that a lot of people have seen as far as research goes out in the public arena, it might be one of those things where that's all you got to go by. That's all you got to go by, and it shows a 2-point lead in the thing, and the margin of error, based on my calculations and calculations I was able to do with an actual computer, that's their statistical tie as far as the world is concerned, as well within that 2% statistical margin of error. So is that what it's going to be? Or did the Camacho Ada guys just vote a whole hell of a lot of times? I don't know, guys. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. 6:43's got to take a break here, and I'll come back. Maybe we'll do a short traffic.
Vince Borja epitomizes determination. His family was so poor that he received his first pillow when he joined the Army. Vince went from extreme poverty to obtaining a master's degree, becoming a non-commissioned officer in the Army, working for a Fortune 500 company, and becoming an entrepreneur. Vince even gave up his job as a professor so he could run and serve his people. You cannot teach grit and determination. With Vince Borja, you don't have to. It's in his DNA. So is leadership. Vote Vince Borja for senator. Determination has a name.
My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. Throughout this campaign, I've been presenting my plans to reduce inflation, rebuild our tourism industry, and fight the crystal meth and crime problems plaguing our island. Our government can do more to lift the burdens facing our families. If elected, I will be ready on day one to get to work to help make Guam safe again and urgently rebuild our economy. I humbly ask you, please vote Jesse Anderson Lujan, number 7, Republican. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Congratulations to public school teachers who received a raise this year. The increase was long overdue and well-deserved. It is just unfortunate that it had to become an election tactic of the current administration. As it was during Governor Camacho's tenure, we will make schools safe, secure, and conducive for learning for our students. No pandering, no vote buying, just prioritizing our island's children. It's time for a new season.
I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Atta.
We approve this message.
All right, is that time for traffic? What have I got up on the screen right now? My God, it's 3 illegal aliens sneaking in, and they're not alone. They've got all kinds of other people out there. What the heck is going on? Close those borders, for heaven's sakes. Get the guys down there. Your papers, I want to see your papers. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Let me look at the traffic gizmo, see if anything is happening. Early on a Monday morning, my God, can you imagine how much worse the intersection traffic is going to be between the waivers and the panhandlers today? I think it's just going to be waiver-getting out there, but you might want to get an earlier start. Tiny bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base, a little bit of village traffic up around Gazzanero, southbound Marine Corps Drive, otherwise looking pretty good. Busier intersections as you make your way through Dededo and into the upper Tumon area. Most of Central looking pretty good right now. 16, clean all the way to 8, 10, and 16, just tiny bit of intersection traffic through there, hardly worth mentioning. Route 10 looking pretty good. Route 8 and 4, all the way into the downtown Agutnia area, looking kind of sweet here this morning. Getting into Navy Hospital shouldn't be a problem. Getting into Big Navy this morning should not be a problem, but then it's only 6:46. More on the way.
Buenas, and half a day. Guahu si Luleong Guerrero, malalagudzu talu pa gobyerno. Zaho mas mona para tanat lamolik inilatlata. Malagudzu para bil hatsain rebun ispitata, para tanat lamolik isquilata, dan para tanat lasatbi I familiata, I businesta, dan italanta mona. Estima Melana November 8, por favor, bota mensagers. The malagudzu gini imastadum ikrasono na yamzun donkru na sidzu usmasi ni support tinmizu. The mala tafandanya para tanat lamolik ni la tamona para ifamilata, para ifamago onta, dan ifamago unia. Sidzu usmasi.
I'm Lou Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Howdy, I'm Frank Bloss Jr. As a senator, I know full well the responsibility of having the weight of your worries on my shoulders. I also accept that I'll have to make decisions that are right but aren't popular. What matters is I do my best for you. This election, I ask for just one of your votes so I can continue to work on what concerns you most. I'm Frank Bloss Jr., #1 Republican, and I thank you for listening. Paid for by Friends for Frank, Dave Morcilla, Treasurer.
Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at NutriWays. What do they want for you? A long, healthy life. Find them and all of the gizmos that they got to help you guarantee that on the second floor of the Daily Plaza building in Dededo. Their phone number is 671-864-7867.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
12 minutes away from 7 o'clock in the morning, the day before election 2022. What's it going to be like over the next 24 hours between now and there? Will there be some crazy stuff flying around in the social media? Will there be some crazy stuff flying around in regular media? All I can ask you today, and I'll ask you the question around this time tomorrow, is are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Let me just ask that question. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? You put away some money in the retirement account, and you take a look at that and see how much it's lost just on its basis points, and then what the value of those dollars are, and you start wondering, maybe I should go out and get another job. Be that guy, key guy over at Home Depot.
Yeah.
What we've been saying for years. It's 6:49 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, or whoever it is that's got to fix the soft serve ice cream over at the McDonald's. Apparently, there's high demand for that gig. One other thing, with the rate at which the federal government is forcing and shoving electric cars in our faces, there will be a demand for people that know how to repair charging stations.
Oh, nice.
See what I'm just saying. It's not it's not a job with scrubs, but a lot of electricity in that. Not a job with scrubs. This guy has got a job that from time to time may require him to wear scrubs. Good morning, Dr. George Macris.
Hey, good morning. I rarely call in, but I've been listening to the news and I've been traveling, and I just have to chime in on a few things.
We love hearing from you, Doc. What's it like in the free zone?
Free zone is fine, and the super free zone, Costa Rica, was even better. But that's besides the point. I've been following the news. Things that make my head spin are like taking over GRMC by the government and whatever. But I just want to start off by telling people to vote. Vota. You have to actually participate to have any kind of, to feel like you've done something. And I just wanted to state that. And when I was in Guam, I always voted. Sometimes I was a Republican, sometimes I was a Republican. No matter what, you have to vote.
Don't disagree. And in fact, I want to take my hat off and salute the 7,993 people that have already voted. There are 60,462 registered voters as we breathlessly await the opening of the first polling station tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And it is hoped that the other 52,469, Simon, somewhere out there, Simon Sanchez is checking my math, but 52,469 get out there and execute a vote on behalf of themselves, their children, their grandchildren, and great-grandchildren they have yet to meet, and hope that they've got an even chance that the Guam that those kids grow up will be just as good, if not better, than the one that we grew up in.
Well, it can only get better, and as a disposable Howie, I guess, exiled doctor from Guam who still has a close connection to it, my feeling is that for those patients who are conflicted, voters who are conflicted, the best thing for Guam is to have that balance, which means if you love your governor, you pick your governor or your governor candidate, but then you cross ballots and you try to find the opposite party. I think historically when we've had the balance, the opposite party, you didn't have the the uniparty, things got better. But that's just my personal opinion, because my experience has been that one party tends to bully the system, do everything, and there is no way to regulate them. So on a medical, just to get quickly medical, more and more data coming out about the mRNA vaccine, more and more data coming out about stay away from it in children, so that patients need to talk to their doctor before they give children the vaccine, or actually any male under 40 getting an mRNA vaccine. And
that's my doctor talking right there.
Comment, that was it. It disturbed me a great deal. Having government Guam take over GRMC, just be times two. chaos.
I don't know where that idea generally comes from. I'm not crazy about the idea either. I think there does need to be something that is run by a competent group of medical professionals as opposed to an incompetent group of political professionals. We need to, and I hope, I got my fingers crossed, if we do have to build up a new hospital somewhere, whatever the plan ends up being, I hope that it is constructed and managed, maintained the same way that the John F. Kennedy is right now. Third party taking care of all of that. Gov Guam basically paying the rent on it, and that's it. That's it. That's all the involvement that we need. We'll put some teachers in there, but as far as maintenance of the place is concerned, day-to-day management and forward thinking, that's all done by somebody else, and I think that's worked for us. I think it would work perfectly in a medical environment. Listen, it's always fun talking with you, Doc. I'll get back to you down the road, and we'll talk about amoxicillin shortages that you might be feeling in the States. If you need any, by the way, after this trip to Costa Rica, you let me know.
Not really. We have plenty of it. Hey, you have a great election week, and we'll talk after the election. But remember, don't feel bad if you if your executive is different than your senators. There's a historical balance which is beneficial to the island.
I agree.
Adios.
Adios.
Have a great day.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. Dr. George Macris on the line. And, they might not have loved it as much as I did, but it's always nice to have, a loyal opposition in the legislature. You've got somebody from one party, got to be loyal opposition. Even if that loyal opposition comes from somebody in your own party, that check and balance needs to be there. I was going to say, if they run about amoxicillin or something like that in the States, I will volunteer to fly to the Philippines and get Z-Packs for as many people as I possibly can.
How selfless of you,
The folks over at Philippine Airlines came out with this guidance for unvaccinated, partially vaccinated, or those whose vaccination status cannot be independently validated. 15 years and older, you will need a remotely supervised negative antigen test result certified by a healthcare professional or a laboratory-based rapid antigen negative test result taken within 24 hours before departure from the original port of embarkation in a continuous travel to the Philippines. A traveler who cannot present a valid COVID-19 test result, that will be me, shall undergo rapid antigen testing upon arrival at the airport, subject to the isolation and quarantine protocols if they would test positive for COVID-19. So it seems to me that the doors to the Philippines are now open as wide as they are going to be for a little bit. That is official, and you can start flying on PAL with that information immediately. 6:56 and change. Ken LG's on the line, getting an early shot at the day before election. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, and I'm proud to be speaking on the Truth Network here, because what we are talking about is over the past 5 weeks, the traditional medias have abdicated their position as, champions of the people, because now we have all this information coming out. We have documentation coming out on the corruption in GMH. We even have the attorney for GMH and the PR person changing their stories and admitting they know these things, but it's okay. And yet we don't see a single thing about this on anything other than choice through call-ins, Candid through the group that broke it, and Pacific Island Times that are drilling down into the details. And that's a huge disservice to the 60,000 voters of Guam when the traditional media is hiding a story this powerful involving millions of dollars being diverted away from the hospital into a bank account in Texas where we don't even get to tax it. That is just a shame, and I hope that everybody who is listening to this, rewards Pacific Island Times, Candid, and Choice for continuing to stand up for the people of Guam, because we don't have a Washington Post or a New York Times or an LA Times or any reputable organizations anymore. It's only the independents that are standing up for the people.
Well, keep it up. I mean, I was surprised. It was Saturday night, and I'm going crazy trying to see if the public health emergency had been extended. And at 8:30, I wrote a note to Crystal Paco, because you'd think that our intrepid and fearless rest of the media here on Guam would have tried to find out as well. I mean, we know when the public health emergencies end, and it just seemed like they either didn't want to do it or just were lazy about it. I, on the other hand, am rabidly curious about this, because it's a subject that came up in the rifts over the last couple of days. Is there going to be any political hell to pay if the public health emergency is extended? And in this case, it was extended, and with tricky language there, making reference to what is going to be happening in the United States with the public health emergency there, that they are saying is going to end on the 11th or so of January.
Yeah, and you were the one that broke the news, not any other media. I mean, my inbox on my WhatsApp, my messengers, my Facebook pages, everything originated with you.
They normally would have put this out as part of a press release or attached it to a JIC release, but in this case, it's like, okay, we'll do it. We'll send it over to the legislature. The legislature didn't have it in their communications in basket. In fact, they haven't updated that until since Thursday. So one of those things. We'll just let this go, and nobody will hear about it until after the election.
Yeah. There's way too many things that this administration is sitting on top of that we will not hear about until after the election, and by then it will be too late. So for those of you who
you're going to have to wrap it up. I got Fox News coming up. Go.
Go to Candid and look at the stories that Candid is running. Go to Pacific Island Times and vote accordingly.
At 7 o'clock, here's Fox News.
They could be nail biters. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. Many political races remain extremely close in a number of states. Among them is in New York, where Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin is challenging Governor Kathy Hochul. Zeldin in Rochester today at an event talking about Hochul's comments on crime in the state.
She went on MSNBC and then she says that this is a conspiracy. She says that we are data deniers. I mean, the number of murders in Rochester this year already has set a record.
Governor Hochul's campaign focuses on protecting women's reproductive rights and reducing gun violence. President Biden will be in New York to campaign for her this afternoon. New Hampshire Republican Governor Chris Sununu, who's up for re-election, tells CBS's Face the Nation he thinks President Biden's stumping in the midterms is sending the wrong message.
Extremism is on both sides. And for the President of the United States to come up and be more of a political tool as opposed to a uniter. Remember, he got elected because he said he was going to unite folks, not threaten them. He was going to bring everybody together and get stuff done and not polarize this country, which is exactly what has happened.
Sununu is squaring off against Democratic challenger Tom Sherman. Democrats continue to focus on abortion rights as a key element of their platforms. Democratic New York Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney.
If these guys control Congress, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to try to pass a national abortion ban. And bear in mind, 75% of the Republicans now in the Congress support a national abortion ban. That means California and New York and other big blue states are on the chopping block too.
Maloney on NBC's Meet the Press. 19 people have died after a passenger plane crashed into Lake Victoria on approach to an airport in Tanzania. America is listening to Fox News.
Who is better for Guam's economy? Let's look at the facts. Lou and Josh have a lower unemployment rate than Felix Camacho did in his entire 8 years. There are half as many homeless on our streets today. And while the cost of living is up 11%, that's way lower than the 51% under Felix's economic policy. His $500 million deficit, it's been paid off. Lou and Josh set records, breaking $800 million in local tax revenue every year they've been in office, proving their economic policy is working. New construction is double what it was under him, and your tax refunds are now paid in 4 weeks instead of 4 years. All of this during the worst economic disaster in modern history. Leaders who run a steady ship in the worst of times are the right leaders for the best of times. Vote Lou and Josh and keep Guam moving forward.
This is Governor Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
A New York City woman has been arrested after a stabbing at a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The beef was over a bill that led to the bloody brawl. It reportedly started after a group of customers began complaining about their check. That caught the attention of other diners, including 41-year-old Joan Thompson. Thompson's table then began exchanging words with the group, and that's when witnesses say a man from the group allegedly began throwing punches, landing several on Thompson's younger dining partner. Thompson then allegedly picked up a steak knife and plunged it into the man's back. He's in stable condition and is expected to survive. Thompson has been charged with assault. Ted Linder, Fox News.
A record Powerball jackpot grew to an even larger $1.9 billion after no one won the drawing last night. This man in Orlando was hopeful.
I would make sure that my family was taken care of, wouldn't have no bills. I would probably still work a little bit, but just retire and just chill and enjoy life.
The lump sum for Monday's drawing would be $929 million. Many of us love nonstick frying pans, but researchers in Australia say there's something we should know.
Whether it's Teflon or one of the other nonstick surfaces out there, you can fry bacon and then clean the residue without having to scrub. But Dr. Cheng Fang at the University of Newcastle says millions of tiny plastic particles may be coming off those pans while you're cooking or washing up. In fact, they say just one scratch on a Teflon pan releases 9,100 particles. And the researchers say these Teflon microparticles in our food might be a health concern which needs investigating because we don't know much about these emerging contaminants. Roger Stern, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiaro, Fox News.
Just like you, Felix and I are outraged at the growing crime rate and lack of justice on Guam. We are outraged at the number of criminals arrested, released, and back on the streets committing more crimes. Along with crime prevention and reduction initiatives, Felix and I will work with lawmakers, law enforcement, and the courts to reduce repeat offenders. Prevention, rehabilitation where possible, and harsh punishments for criminals. It's time for a new season.
I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Ada.
We approve this message.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Hafaday, I'm Amanda Shelton. It's been my greatest honor to serve as your senator. We've been able to accomplish so much during this time for our Manumku and our Manhoban, and as we turn the corner of the pandemic, I remain inspired by our island's strength and will continue serving in ways that uplift and empower our people. I humbly ask for one of your votes this election, Sidzuas Maasi.
Paid for by the committee to elect Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat, Johnny Cool Torres Treasurer.
Off the day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The trial for a woman suspected of driving a red Jeep into Jerry Kitchen after a night of drinking will begin this month. Nikita Teresa Ugin was expecting to go to trial in December, but after her attorney's schedule freed up, it was decided that the trial will begin within the next 2 weeks. The change in schedule occurred because Uggin's attorney, David Lujan, is expecting a pause until January in the trial for another client, Nicholas Moore, who faces charges related to a drive-by shooting in Agana Heights. Superior Court Judge Alberto Tolentino, who is also the judge in Moore's trial, decided jury selection will begin November 16. Court documents state that Ugin was seen drinking at a bar before losing control of her car on Route 1, and she crashed her Jeep into the restaurant in the Camacho Landmark 2 building at the ITC intersection in Tumuning in February of last year. She was charged with driving while impaired. Meanwhile, GVB's $50 million Smart Park will have to wait for the results of an archaeological study at Ipaw Beach in Tumon, which could take 6 months to a year to complete. Smart Park Task Force Vice Chairman Nico Fujikawa says the pieces of ancient Chamorro history the archaeological diggings will stumble upon will determine whether the Smart Park will be built at Ipao as planned or in another location. He adds that a contract award for those archaeological excavations at Ipao Beach could still take a while since a bid has not been put out yet. In the meantime, GVB has started working with mayors on the One Village, One Attraction initiative that's tied to the Smart Park, which is supposed to be the launching pad for tourism in each of the 19 villages. More news after this.
Now at your favorite Burger King locations, the new Ghost Pepper Whopper. Our Ghost Pepper Whopper is made with a quarter-pound flame grilled beef, spicy queso sauce, crispy bacon, ghost pepper cheese, crispy jalapenos on a warm orange bun with black sesame seeds. See if you can handle the heat of the new Ghost Pepper Whopper. Make it a meal with french fries or jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Now available for a limited time only at participating Burger King locations. Tumon Bay, Agатya, Micronesia Mall, and Airport. You rule.
The latest report released from the local Bureau of Labor Statistics states that the unemployment rate on Guam dropped to 4.8% in June. The governor's office says the rate represents the lowest unemployment has gone since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. But Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association President Mary Rhodes says that the total population going down is a factor that needs to be considered. Although she agreed unemployment is down for those who want to work, she stressed that there are a number of people not accounted for in the report. Rhodes says the report is skewed because the numbers that they are considering in their formula and how the Department of Labor recognizes unemployment is based on jobs available, based off of people who are working. She adds that the large number of 50,000 people who are not working and are not interested in working are not part of the unemployment formula. And GVB has participated in ITB Asia in an effort to expand its reach and further diversify Guam's source markets for tourism. GVB also joined in on 2 other travel trade events in Singapore last month. ITB Asia is considered the leading travel trade show in Asia and was hosted at the same time and location as the MICE Show Asia and Travel Tech Asia. The triple events covered key parts of the travel industry. GVB secured over 100 appointments to introduce Guam to influential travel trade representatives looking for new leisure travel destinations. In addition to the 3 trade shows, GVB's team of marketing managers met with Philippine Airlines officials to renew a joint partnership with the airline to promote Guam in Singapore. GVB President and CEO Carl Gutierrez says, with Singapore listed under the U.S. Visa Waiver Program and Malaysia listed under the Guam CNMI Visa Waiver Program, there is a tremendous opportunity to grow interest and arrivals from these markets. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Wait. I'm gonna put it up on the screen here. I've got some correspondence from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, and in addition to some of the other things that they're doing to try to woo travelers to come out to Guam, one of the things that that everybody knows is you want to impress people, give them a taste of the food that is indigenous to your location, and so they have got now. There is a GVB food truck. There's a GVB food truck. Hold on, let me get this. I know it's on the screen. I'll see if I can zoom into a little bit of it, and we'll get the details from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez on this a little bit later on. I believe this is in Japan.
God, wow, that's so cool.
It is kind of cool.
Is that a cocoa bird?
That's a cocoa bird in there. And they taste great. And they taste great. You can't get away with that. Obviously, you can't get away with it here. But what you do is you take a live cocoa bird and you grab it by the feet, and then you kind of dip it into a beer batter, and then you put it in the fryer, and it comes out like a cocoa bird sickle. So there's one view of it. There's another one here where they talk about Guam. Here we Guam, hashtag Here we Guam. So take pictures and get something to eat. And I'd asked the governor about this, and he declined. I said, is this going to be your retirement plan? Because if
he's the one cooking.
Yeah, if Lou loses the election, I don't know if they're going to let him stay over at the Guam Visitors Bureau for very long. So maybe nice to have a little side gig that you can do a little bit later on. He is a great cook. Most people don't know that don't know Carl, but he is an outstanding cook. And it wouldn't surprise me if the guy was able to just rule on Food Truck Thursdays over at the downtown Agutnya area. 7:12 in the morning, mostly sunny. sunny. Highs near 88 degrees today. Winds out of the east, 6 to 11 miles an hour. They are predicting there are going to be some isolated showers. Scattered showers tonight under mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Tomorrow is election day, and it might be a hot one. Partly sunny skies, cooled off by some scattered showers. Daytime highs near 87 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 96 tomorrow night. Just as the polls begin to close, they'll be closing under mostly cloudy skies, and hopefully enough of a hole in the mostly cloudy so that we will at 9 o'clock tomorrow night be able to see a blood lunar eclipse. It's a blood moon.
Again, the last time for 35 years?
Until the end of time. This will be until deep time, Joe. Yeah. It's the last blood moon that we're going to. It's a blood moon. I want to say that I'm hoping that it will be one of those where kind of a dragon lunar eclipse where we'll be able to see the Earth look like it's taking a bite, like the dragon is taking a bite out of that double moon, or that blood moon that we've got. I don't know what's going to be happening. If we're lucky, we'll get a hold of somebody that's more of a science geek than I am, and they'll explain the how comes and where to's and whys of this lunar eclipse. But feel good, because I took a look at the map, the lunar eclipse maps, and it shows that this is going to be a mostly kind of Asia-Pacific event. They're not going to be able to get seen over most of Europe and the United States of America, so enjoy the sunset tonight. You know what? And that's just another way that the administration is doing things different for Guam. Thought I'd throw that in there. It's 5:52 there for sunset tonight. 7:14, The Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon is loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hangry.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
I got you. 7:15, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you, and it's this weekend, kids, is going to be NGen. After a 2-year COVID hiatus, the Nissan Generation Car Show is back. Nissan Guam, November the 12th. You and your family are going to want to go. And not just so you can take a look at some of the new rides in the showroom, but all the kinds of fun events that are going to take place. A Top Ramen Car Show. There's an RC Drift exhibit, test drives that you can play in. Model cars, apparel vendors, Nismo kids racing. Food and drink vendors are going to be there. I don't know if the governor's food truck is going to be around, but what the heck. The Gran Turismo time trials, and all kinds of giveaways. Might still be time to get yourself one of the T-shirts, but you need to register early, and it might still be early enough for you to do that at NissanGuam.com.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
What have I got here? 7:16 on screen. If you're watching on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, you might recognize at least one of those faces. That's Lucille de Ramos, and her and her son have completed now the New York City Marathon. Congratulations! And the word that I got from Army Lynn is that Rainier, the boy, came in. What is it, like 129th? Yeah, 129th. Of over 5,100 runners in his division, right? That's incredible. That's like Kenyan pacing.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah. So congratulations to Rainier and Lucille and everybody else that has gone and done Guam proud in the New York City Marathon. 7:16 in the morning. And one other note, I got this from Richard Taitagui and the guys over at the Runners Club. One of my favorite races, and I say it's one of my favorites because I actually came in first in this a few years ago. Don't know if I could do it again, but the guys over at Father Duenas Memorial have got the Run in the Sun 5K. This is going to take place on December the 11th. It's an afternoon run. Showtime is going to be at 4, and then you hit the road, and you go run down in Manila for a while, and then come back to Tai for the end of this. Now, as 5Ks go, it's a good race. but because it's a Father Duenas race, at the last one that I was party to, it almost felt like a beer run. Yeah, because they had a food truck there, and somebody was running around with all kinds of like crafty beers, and it was one of those where, hey, it was nice to be on the campus again. What can I say? So December 11th, if you want to get yourself trained up for that, 7:17 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Where am I supposed to go now? Is it time to take a look at what's going on in the markets? All right, we'll see if I can scare up some of that information for you. It looks like it was it was a good weekend for the markets. Not great, but I mean it's good. Dow Jones picked up 400 points. What did it lose last week? Like 800, something like that? They closed at 32,403. The NASDAQ green by 132. 10,475 is where they ended up. And I got the S&P 500 up by 50 points to close at 3770. They are the bigger winners in terms of percentages. FTSE up by 146. I got the Nikkei down by 463. Hang Seng up by 821, which is good because Thursday was looking kind of ruddy for them. Shanghai up by 72 points. They're at 3,070. And the DAX is up by 329 points. Like I said, S&P 500, bigger winners by percentage. Who leads them up? Freeport, that's Freeport, not free porn. Estee Lauder, Starbucks Corporation, Newmont, and Tapestry, Inc. Around the bottom of the S&P, Warner Brothers, Live Nation, Molina Healthcare, ServiceNow, and Paycom Software. Taking a look at some of the other markets that we like to look at. I don't want to look here. I don't want oil. Oil is at $92.61 a barrel. That's ugly. Gold, 1,676. See, I like oil lower than 85 these days, and it's been twitching up. I'm wondering what the heck that. I wonder if that's because Biden opened his mouth and said that we were going to shut down all the coal plants and all the coal mines out in McMansion land, and then all of a sudden everybody says, "Well, what's that going to do to the price of fuel?" Well, maybe that's our first sign. 92.61. It's going to place more demand on oil if we start losing our hands on coal. Japan, the yen at 147.14. For those of you that are buying gas on base, got a note from Colin, says $3.79.9 or $3.80 for a gallon if you're buying gas these days over at the auto port. At 7:19, Real Joe, where's the Bitcoin today?
21,204.
21,204.
Yeah, it's great.
So looks like it's soaring. It's sort of riding that red wave. The Bitcoin's riding the red wave. But I tell you what, Jerry Roberts stepping into the studio. We'll check in with him and the Monday Extra Point after these.
I come from a large family. I'm the second oldest of 11. My parents, Fred and Annie Berdali, instilled with us the values of serving our community, helping people. I'm a long-time servant in the Guam Police Department. I also served as the executive director of the Guam Veterans Affairs. I excelled in the Guam Police Department. I moved up in the ranks from police officer 1 all the way to police chief. And the experience I have is what I'm going to bring to the Guam legislature. I'm Fred Berdali Jr. I'm number 8, and I approve this message.
Vince Borja epitomizes determination. His family was so poor that he received his first pillow when he joined the Army. Vince went from extreme poverty to obtaining a master's degree, becoming a non-commissioned officer in the Army, working for a Fortune 500 company, and becoming an entrepreneur. Vince even gave up his job as a professor so he could run and serve his people. You cannot teach grit and determination. With Vince Borja, you don't have to. It's in his DNA. So is leadership. Vote Vince Borja for senator. Determination has a name.
My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
As our island economy collapsed during the pandemic, the Bank of Guam's stock value increased from $8 to $14. This increased Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's personal wealth by over $23 million. Meanwhile, our schools continue to crumble. Our public swimming pools remain closed, and so many of our families are struggling to make ends meet. On Election Day, please vote Republican.
Evelyn G. Casil, Treasurer.
Okay, I got you. So earlier I was reading a note from Dinsman. in the Facebook Live, and he said something about going to Savage, and at Savage there's a For Ross with Love sandwich, and I'm going, what are you talking about? And really, I can't remember what the menu looks like over at the Savage place because it's blurry every time I go in there. But he sent me this, and David says, exclusive, Savage's Chef Rob brings back a sitcom specialty, only making 60 of Monica's famous For Ross with Love sandwich. Experience this once-a-year delicacy first on Monday the 7th. Today is Monday the 7th, and so if you want to try something that they're only making 60 of, why are they making only 60 of them? So you can sell them for whatever the hell you want to sell them for. That's why. How many do we have? We got one left. What do you want to pay for it? Supply and demand. These guys are in it for business. Way to go. I appreciate that kind of thinking. And I watched. I wasn't expecting to, but I was at a place where they had a television on. And oddly, there was no sports on this TV. They were playing. It was one episode of another after each other of Friends that was playing on it. Oh, no way. Really? Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. If Jennifer Aniston was not in Friends, I don't know that I would have watched a single solitary episode of that. She was the jiggle sensation of the 1990s, if you will.
I met her.
What?
Yeah.
You met Jennifer Aniston?
Before she was... Well, she was still
How
Jennifer
is it possible?
Aniston.
I knew it. Anything but famous.
She walked into a coffee shop in the central part of Los Angeles. Well, actually, it's adjacent to Beverly Hills because that's where they all hang out. It's adjacent to Beverly Hills. I just happened to be there one day, and she walked in, and she was actually in a program at the time called In Living Color.
Oh, yeah.
She was there. She was on that program at the time, and a couple other things. And she walked into the coffee shop, and not a lot of people noticed, but since I watched In Living Color, I noticed.
You knew exactly what was going on. Way to go.
Aren't you? And she said, yeah.
Brush with greatness, if you will. Yeah. 7:24, Jerry Roberts has found his way into this for a Monday, day before the big election. Your thoughts as we roll into what is going to be we're counting down now inside of 24 hours to the opening of the polls. What are you thinking about?
Vote.
Yeah.
Go out and vote.
Go vote.
If you don't vote, you ain't got nothing to say.
Yeah, never call up the radio station with it. I've got a question for you. Well, did you vote last election? No. Well, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to question anything. You might be. I might give you a little bit of time because you still got to pay taxes. Yeah. Right? You still got to pay taxes. You're buying gasoline, and some of that's supposed to go and allegedly fix roads somewhere. But you might get a little bit of a say. But as far as the overall direction and things, sorry, I don't want to hear your complaints if we could not trouble you to get off the couch and go vote tomorrow.
How many of early voters did we have last general election? Anybody remember?
No. I don't. That's not one of the mathematical things that I was doing today. So we have
8,000 now.
Roughly. So 7,993.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that is an indicator that we're going to be up in terms of the turnout or down. Because if we had the last general... did they even have early voting in the last?
Multiple votes in the last one. Well, not in the last gubernatorial election, but the last
4 years ago.
4 years ago, we didn't have COVID and we didn't have early voting.
Didn't have early voting.
It was 2 years ago when we did that for the election because of COVID.
So I'm wondering then, because of that, I'm wondering if what that's going to be.
Can we use that as an indicator for where we are now?
Apparently not now for the gubernatorial, but it will be interesting to see. I mean, if that is a good turnout, or it's an indicator of a good turnout, or that was it. Basically, we're gonna whimper into the rest of them.
52,469 left to go of all of the registered voters that we've got. There's 5,204. We'll call it rounded up to 52.5 that need to go out and vote tomorrow in big numbers.
I just cannot imagine how you cannot vote in an election like this. I mean, the choices are absolutely clear. Regardless of which side you're on, the choices are absolutely clear. I mean, I can't imagine there's even a huge number of undecideds at this point. I just don't see it.
Well, undecided, you got to like somebody. Maybe you're a Peter Santos write-in guy. Maybe you're a Doug. You like somebody. Maybe you like Jimmy for Congress. Well, go vote for him, then vote for somebody else while you're there.
For some of the other races, sure.
Cast a ballot.
I mean, there's a hot race in the AG, the legislature. Let's just taking a back seat to this whole thing. No one's really talking much about it. But, right?
Not hearing a whole lot of excitement, except for baby sister Montesilva Tyra and some of the other guys out there.
But
you know she's a hot candidate when people are stealing the magnets off my car.
There you go.
Yeah. It's like that. More political conversation with Jerry Roberts, but we got to make our way through this because it's a sponsored element brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Here's the extra point.
Newsflash. Science says that sitting at your desk for hours on end is bad for you. I think we already knew that, but maybe we don't have a handle on all the details. Today, we'll put up some numbers against the claim of how bad sitting really is, and that's coming next on The Extra Point.
Fly to new experiences 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Hafa, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Science says sitting at your desk is bad for your health, and that a short and simple routine will make you smarter, sharper, and fitter. Now, when I see something that says smarter, sharper, and fitter, it grabs my attention. What are they talking about? What does it mean to me? The research shows that sitting more than 6 hours a day can make you 18% more likely to die from chronic health issues than people who sit less than 3 hours daily. Sitting for more than 11 hours a day makes you 40% more likely to succumb in the next 3 years compared with people who sit for less than 4 hours a day. All right, so there's nothing good in any of that. But what can we do to counteract the trouble? One study claims you need 150 to 300 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity weekly to overcome the risks associated with sitting at your desk or sitting wherever you're sitting. Another study sets the number much higher, as much as 525 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity to offset that increased risk. Still another research project, this one published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine, that one's real, indicates that while 30 to 40 minutes of exercise per day appears to be ideal, 11 minutes of exercise a day can make a meaningful difference. 11 minutes. Not 525 minutes weekly, but now 66 minutes a week. Naturally, that kind of time savings, that's a big deal if it holds up. Is there anything else that we can do? Well, there is. We can stand up a few times each day and walk in the office. This includes taking a walking meeting every so often. Now, if you're not familiar with that concept, a walking meeting is a phone call that you take or place where you stroll around the office or wherever you are the entire time. Now, I've done this. Feels good. You know, cell phones allow for that now. There was a day, believe it or not, well, phones had cords on them. You couldn't do such a thing. They even made long cords, elasticized cords of 25 feet and 50 feet and 100 feet to allow for certain activities. But now you don't have to do that, obviously. So it feels good, and it keeps productivity high. So prolonged sitting can be harmful to your health. There's more. Sitting can also make you dumber. It was there. I dug it out. Researchers in England and Germany concluded that sitting too much can reduce general cognition, decision-making ability, as well as working memory. If you're having difficulty in these areas, planting your backside in a chair too long just may be the issue. Whereas the last problem is said to be solved by 11 minutes of exercise per day, we'll only need 2 minutes of exercise per day to beat this one. 2 minutes of exercise and moderate to high intensity can improve your attention, concentration, and bring back memory functions for the next 2 hours. For a while, it was popular to buy standing desks. Remember those things? Yeah. The standing desks? Yeah. I don't see many of these around today. Further, the reality is that we're now sitting even more than ever before. If that's how things are for you, consider adding some of these exercises to your daily and weekly routine. Get up several times each day and move around. Your body and your mind will be better off if you do. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Nice. Have you heard about any of the endorsements that are out there? We've got the Progressive Democrat Party of Guam.
Right.
The progressive guys have come out with their list of candidates that they are endorsing. And interestingly, the GFT has come out and said that they are all in for Lou and Josh. But I'm not sure who they surveyed among their membership for that. Because my guess is there might be one or two members of the executive branch of the government of Guam that were likewise members of the GFT, wondering why the GFT allowed the government to force these employees to get vaccinated or lose their jobs, especially considering the number of teachers, educators that I know that aren't educators on Guam anymore. Faced with that mandate, they packed up and left, and they're doing very, very well in some places. Yeah. And in fact, they come back. And they tell us how great it is, and then they go back to where it's really, really great. Yeah. Just asking. You think that the GFT would have said, "Well, wait a second, this is going to affect a whole lot of our membership here."
And the other thing is, you said the Progressive Democratic Party of Guam.
Yes, the Progressive Democrats of Guam.
As they say, what's in a name? I think if I were choosing a name for a political party or political faction, I think the last word I would use is progressive. Given what people talk about in terms of the word progressive, progressive now equals radical. I mean, in the eyes of a lot of people in the world, progressive equals radical. But that's what we've seen back in the mainland. I think I would have chosen another name.
Yeah, looks like a bunch of freeloaders to me. I'm sorry. We want free education. We want unemployment insurance that we're not going to pay for. We want increase in the minimum wage. And as some of the, it's interesting to see some of the responses from the handful of Republicans that bothered to fill out the questions and answers from them. But they're all basically, it's an interesting idea. But who's going to pay for all of these things? And they did not score well on the Progressive Democrat Party of Guam's little survey. But I'll give you the names of some of the folks that they are endorsing. Likewise, the folks over at GFT are looks like they're endorsing a few senatorial candidates if you thought that the race was boring. But first, we got to nail this. News this hour brought to you by the friendly and hard-working folks at Hoffaday Realty. Their number is 671-588-4232. Do I have to say 671 every time? Nah, I didn't think so. 588-4232. You can email them at HoffadayRealtyGuam at Gmail, HoffadayRealty@gmail.com on the World Wide Web. Also being brought to you by Burger King with their incredible Ghost Pepper Whopper, available right now. Spicy queso sauce, ghost pepper cheese, crispy jalapenos, and bacon on an orange bun. You must try it today at Burger King. Now with news and headlines, here's Donna D. Donna, what happened?
A total of 16 Chinese nationals have been indicted in the CNMI Federal District Court for illegal entry into Guam. These are the first federal charges to be brought after months of repeated sightings of foreign nationals coming ashore illegally. All 16 are charged with conspiracy to transport illegal aliens. Attorney General Levin Camacho, a member of the governor's task force on illegal immigration, explains that both local and federal prosecutions are underway. Meanwhile, the Guam Education Board's Maria Gutierrez was voted unanimously by the National Association of State Boards of Education to serve as the Western Area Region Director for a 2-year term. Gutierrez has served many years in supporting committees for NASB. She's also the second longest serving school board member and was the first GEB member to receive the NASB 2020 Distinguished Service Award. And the Guam Election Commission has the final tally for the number of early voters. A total of 7,993 hit the polls ahead of the general election. Executive Director Maria Pangilinan says this 13% early voter turnout is a pretty high number. The general election is tomorrow. Polls will be open from 7 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, 7:36 in the morning. We'll call that Beyond the Box time. Swing by Beyond the Box, Micronesia Mall. Why? Because your new iPhone 14 is waiting for you. Love the prices, love the selection. Get in there, get yours quick at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall.
Half a day, I'm Senator Chris Dueñas. We've gone from a viral pandemic to a drug epidemic. It is time to stand up the multi-agency unified law enforcement group to stem the flow of drugs and combat crime with force. MAULIC is not just another task force, it is a program focused on stopping the distribution of meth and opioids, as well as placing enough police officers patrolling our streets. It is time to make Guam MAULIC again.
Re-elect Senator Chris Dueñas. The fight continues.
I am Chris Dueñas, and I approve this message.
Under Felix Camacho's leadership, 90% of the lands administered by the Ancestral Lands Commission were returned to their original landowners. Felix Camacho when elected as governor, and Jim Moylan when elected to Congress, will work together to ensure that excess lands are once again returned to their original landowners. On Election Day, please vote Republican.
Evelyn G. Casil, Treasurer.
Lower power bills. Protect our ocean and aquifer. I want to make sure this happens. On Election Day, I ask for just one of your 3 votes for the CCU so we can continue our progress. I'm Simon Sanchez, and I approve this message.
Across all walks of life, all professions, every societal change, education has been the way forward. As governor, I built 4 new schools and broke ground on a 5th. Tony and I have a plan to modernize and build for the future. This election, vote for the team that has actually done something for education on Guam. For details on our plans for education, visit CamachoAdaforGuam.com. I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Ada. We approve this message.
Nice. No, it was a nice ad or nice weather map here. Sorry, not weather map, traffic map that's up on the screen right now. It's ugly in all the usual spots here, especially that Letse Matetse. What's going on there? Maybe an accident over at an intersection. It looks like it's slowed down like right in the middle where all of that action usually is. So watch out for that. If you haven't left the roadway, I'd swing around and maybe take that road that empties out over by the Ocean Vista 76 Circle K up there. What have I got here? Looking at some southbound traffic, Marine Corps Drive, making your way towards Waisang Song. Nothing major once you get there, but the intersections are running heavy, including the intersection of 1 and 3. Watch out for traffic spilling off from GRMC on Marine Corps Drive. Route 16, pretty until you get to 8, 10, and 16. Looks busy from about where the post office is all the way to Happy Mart and then some. Going to run into traffic spilling off of Route 10. A lot of traffic trying to get onto Route 8. Watch out for dog and out traffic over by the big stores, et cetera, et cetera. And then not so much better on Route 4, if that's the way that you're coming into town. 4 and 10, tiny bit of intersection traffic there. Wow, 4 and 15. Traffic backing up until you get, looks like over by the tire place, maybe even the church in the area. So watch out for traffic leading up to headed northbound on Route 10. Otherwise, downtown traffic not so bad. Traffic down at Big Navy and Sumai, likewise not bad at all. It's 7:40 in the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Who is more effective at fighting crime? Let's look at the facts. Lou and Josh have moved more resources into police and customs than any administration, more than doubling their budgets. They've raised law enforcement salaries to retain and recruit more officers who last year executed the highest number of arrests in Guam's history. They established a Postal Service task force that has changed the game in the drug fight, with over 100 pounds of meth taken off the streets every year, compared to just 6 pounds under Felix Camacho. Ethical leadership has been restored at GPD, and neighborhood watches are more active than ever. Guam's new drug detox unit is just one of many programs launched to get to the root of the problem. There's still more to do. Who has the track record to tackle the challenges ahead? Vote Lou and Josh and keep Guam moving forward.
This is Governor Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
Hafa, I'm Amanda Shelton. It's been my greatest honor to serve as your senator. We've been able to accomplish so much during this time for our Manumku and our Manhoban, and as we turn the corner of the pandemic, I remain inspired by our island's strength, and will continue serving in ways that uplift and empower our people. I humbly ask for one of your votes this election. Seduas Maasi.
Paid for by the committee to elect Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat, Johnny Coulter treasurer.
Hey, so Disco Brown, 741 Ray Gibson Show. Here it is, the day before election 2022. Kind of a lot at stake. Some interesting stuff floating around here. And I have not had an opportunity in some time to spend any time with one of the actual gubernatorial candidates. Last time we got together, it was over in one of those cool rooms they've got over at the Dusitani. And some interesting conversations there, but it feels like 100 years ago. Join me in welcoming former governor, perhaps the next governor of Guam again, Felix P. Camacho. Good morning, Gov. How you doing?
Hi, good morning, Ray. Good morning, people of Guam. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Aren't you tired? Aren't you?
Oh, absolutely not. We're, we're at the 1 yard line now. We got to punch it over.
Well, that's what it looks like. While I got you on, we spent a little bit of time talking about the gubernatorial politics platforms and that kind of thing. But I am kind of curious on your thoughts. And one of the things that's going to be critical, I think, for all of Guam is to get the vote out. There's 60,462 registered voters. 7,993 have already voted. There's 52,000 left out there, and they've got to all come forward and vote for change and vote for a better Guam, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Ray, today we can make so many good things happen with all the resources that we have. And if we just vote for leadership that is not all in for itself, then the people of Guam ought to come out and vote, and of course vote for a new season.
I like that. I've been playing on the radio and on the TV portion that we do here. Friday last week, I was just annoyed, like you wouldn't believe, at the video of the people over at that homeless camp. What one of my listeners is referring to as Camp Leon Guerrero across the front door of the Micronesia Mall. Never mind the nuisance, the public health nuisance, and just the general disregard for their own lives that they're leading out there at Camp Leon Guerrero. But now they're fighting. The cops are looking for these guys to press charges against them for disorderly conduct in the very least. Just indicative of how bad things have gotten in the last 4 years. Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And no matter what the political pundits come out with, and of course our opposition, and trying to convince people that things are better. People of Guam, it's in front of you. We all know the truth, and that things are so much more difficult, and they're not better off 4 years later, which is why we offer ourselves to present our leadership that's been tested and proven and experienced, and that is relatable to what's really going on out there. And so no matter what they say out there, throwing out statistics, throwing out comparisons, attacking my record, because they have no record to speak of, people know that they are not better off 4 years later. And they can see the struggle with the homelessness, with the drugs, with the crimes. So no matter what they throw out there with misinformation, the reality is facing our people every single day when they wake up, when they are out on the streets, when they open in either social media or see what's in print or listen to you, Ray, and others on the radio. The reality is in our face, and we've got to do something about it and make a difference.
Just because I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the extension of the public health emergency? Now, this is going to be going until December 6th with an eye, I see that she says, towards eventually considering ending the public health emergency altogether, because that's when the federal public health emergency, the national public health emergency, is set to expire in January of 2023.
I think it's a lame excuse. The pandemic is over, and everyone knows this. For the administration to continue to extend, this emergency declaration is so that they can bypass procurement, and the checks and balances, of course, by our elected legislature. They're not even allowing that. So this is so disingenuous, and we're beginning to see the exposure of what's happening out there and the corruption and the temptation for many that can bypass when they have absolute control over procurement and can bypass all the rules and regs. You're beginning to see what's happened, and so it's simply a matter to allow them to continue what they've done for almost 3 years now. And this is terrible.
Governor Camacho on the line. Interesting survey information that came out from was it GuamSurvey.com. It shows you and Governor Leon Guerrero and Josh Tenorio in what looks like a statistical dead heat. Now, I don't know how much faith or credence you want to put in that particular survey over whatever research there might also be, but I thought it was kind of interesting that once you factor in the margin of error, it does look like a statistical dead heat in this election. What do you suppose is going to come down to? Sway the swayable, the undecideds? How are you going to reach out to them in 24 hours?
Yeah, I really feel that we've done everything we could at this point in time, and it's simply a matter of again, this is the final push. I'm up here right now. We just finished a wave up in Jigo, and we'll have a final wave this afternoon over our headquarters just to get everyone together. But, as men, as candidates, we've done all that we can, and now it's simply a matter of trusting in the Lord that His will be done. But absolutely, it's going to require the people of Guam to come out and vote. I believe the incumbent administration is hoping that they have a low voter turnout again because they continue to trust in the perhaps the GovGuam voter base. And but I think that everyone involved in this community that suffered needs to come out and make a difference. If you want change, if you're satisfied with your living conditions, then they may vote for the incumbent. But if you have hope, and if you desire change and are looking for a better tomorrow, a new season, then they're going to vote for us. The key is for people to come out and care and vote and make a difference. Ray, I was just talking with an individual this morning who says that they've had to deal with many families and children that have left behind in the school system. Let's not forget what Lou had done in the shutdowns where she closed the schools and the children have had to suffer. Many of the families, especially, and these are the ones that are left in the shadows and forgotten about, especially those whose father or mother may be imprisoned, not eligible for food stamps or other public assistance because of the crime committed, left out there and now struggling, and they have to turn to drugs, they have to turn to crime. The desperation, the lack of hope is what's out there. And all Lou has done is sugarcoat everything with money that Mike Sinicolas had secured at the federal level and taking care of the people. And then further, what really upsets people is the fact that the elites and those that are all in with her and surrounded by her have enriched themselves. And I think that's what people have gotten really disgusted about. So if you want to ensure that that comes to an end, then you've got to vote Camacho Adam.
7:49 in the morning. I know how busy you are today. Maybe we'll get a couple of minutes to tomorrow. We've invited your friend, Eddie, the other Republican governor. We've invited him to swing by the office, spend a little bit of time with us tomorrow, and kind of, from his vantage, from where he was, he's run for that office. He's done the same, walked in the same shoes and the same paths that you are on now. I think it would be interesting to hear what he's got to say about the campaign that you and Tony have put together. 7:50 in the morning, Gov. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Thank you, Ray.
Not a problem. Pleasure's mine. Absolutely. Ray Gibson Show until 8. No, 10. We're working till 10.
I hope so, Ray.
I don't know. I can't tell anymore because
I need to make the hours.
Jury duty thing that's coming up all the time every week. Well, I was very excited though because I realized that on Thanksgiving we don't have jury duty. I don't think. I got to check with La Morena.
Tomorrow's a holiday, right?
Not for us. Tomorrow's a holiday for the students. In the class of no classes for GDOE students on Tuesday, November the 8th. Classes will resume Wednesday, November the 9th, because we use the schools now as voting places. And I'm wondering if that's a habit that we will continue in the future, considering, as the governor points out, what a lousy quality of education the kids have gotten over the last couple of years with COVID-19. These keep set back forever. I am almost at the point where I think what is going to need to be discussed over at the Ed Board is year-round school to get these kids caught up. Not much can be done about the seniors that we've already graduated, maybe even the juniors, but kids coming into middle school, kids coming into freshman and sophomore year in the schools, high schools, I got a feeling that they're going to need a little bit more time and direct personal attention, like the kind that we get from Landon Idlet with the National Weather Service. Good morning, Geek.
Good morning.
World record geek.
Well, the world record holding geek. That's we wear that like a badge, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, I'm a ham radio geek. He's a weather slash engineering kind of geek, and is good every once in a while when we can get together and just shoot the bull on some stuff. Interesting, I didn't know this was a thing. Until I heard that there was going to be another lunar eclipse. And I looked at the date, and I said, I think that's going to be Guam Day, Guam night, when this kind of thing happens. And so I went to a couple of websites. I did my calculations, but I wasn't, as Simon Sanchez knows, I'm lousy at math. I wasn't real confident on it. So I posted this on the web, and it was James Howard and Landon that were able to confirm my suspicion that on election night, we're going to have a complete lunar eclipse visible on Guam.
Yes, it's a special occasion for us, and it's a great time for the lunatics to unite.
Lunatics? Is there a meeting? Is there someplace I should go? I was thinking maybe catch that eclipse over at the Camacho Ada headquarters.
Yeah, definitely get your voting and stuff done at the polls as early as you can so you can have all eyes on the sky, because once that moon rises, shortly after moonrise, that eclipse will start going into effect across our skies tomorrow night. And so that's going to start just after 6 o'clock tomorrow evening at 6:02 p.m. moonrise. It's just after 5:30. So it's going to get started pretty quickly. But will the weather hold up? That is the biggest question. And right now it does not look too bad weather-wise. So we're hoping for nice, clear skies tomorrow evening.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the big deal here. I've unfortunately had the issues where, hey, there's an eclipse, and you get all crazy, and you get all kinds of stuff. I got my beer over here, we got the telescope over there, and then we've got the clouds rolling in. But as you say, and the weather forecast, I think tomorrow calls for mostly cloudy skies as well, right?
That's correct. And so we'll look at mostly cloudy skies, but it's nothing really organized or significant. It's more of a trade wind pattern. We're going to be seeing this a trade wind pattern large and in charge for much of this week. So just passing trade wind showers. Nothing to speak of in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's usually where we get all that cloud cover in the overcast skies when we have these upper level features with the surface convergence. And so we don't see that too much at this point. So it's going to be low level moisture. And so we have a good shot at seeing some clearing in the skies. And last night it was beautiful. I was up on my roof, power washing my roof in the middle of the night with a full moon sky. So it was a lot of abundance of light.
Well, as I said, it was kind of a vanidoso, kind of a prideful moon. Look at me, look at me. And when I was coming, now I was originally saying that this eclipse here, depending on where you are on the planet, seems to favor a significant part of the Indo-Pacific area. It's all, you got the Southeast Asia, there's Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, etc. In full view of this, but it doesn't look like it's going to be any good for big chunks of Africa and Europe.
Yeah, that's correct.
South America.
Africa will not be seeing the South America. You'll get a little bit of a partial eclipse on the outer side of it, as well as Western Australia and Western Asia. But really, this is a Pacific event. So everywhere from Japan across the Pacific island nations all the way down to New Zealand, and then up to the Western United States coastal areas and Western Canada, Alaska. So this will be a very specific event for all of those of us in the Pacific realm.
Absolutely. And so by all means, take advantage of it. 9 o'clock is when there's supposed to be totality. Is that calculation correct?
That's correct. So the eclipse will start about 6:02 p.m. We have the partial eclipse beginning about 7:09 p.m. Total eclipse begins at 8:16 p.m. with the maximum eclipse at 8:59. This is when it's supposed to look like a blood moon, and they get that name because the scattering of the light around the Earth's atmosphere will encompass the moon and make it look kind of that reddish color. And sometimes it's common in folklore of superstitions and stuff, including a story including Christopher Columbus. And you can look that up. It's quite interesting how he used this knowledge of lunar eclipses to manipulate some people in the past. But the total eclipse ends at 9:41. Partial eclipse ends at 10:49, and the overall eclipse ends just before midnight. So have your cameras, your telescopes ready, and click those photos.
Mike Middlebrook still around? It seems to me that he had just the most boss telescoping equipment that I'd ever seen in my life.
He and Roger Edson, our former science officer, they both had telescopes for looking at the moon, as well as a solar telescope to look at the sun itself. Some phenomenal equipment they have. And Millbrook is still around, but he is retiring at the end of this month after 2 decades in this office.
Didn't get my memo. I thought he was going to, we wanted him to die on the job. you tell him I said so, and I'll be thinking about him as I'm watching the eclipse here. I'm working with a couple of other friends to see if this might be something fun to do here. I was sitting with Anna Johnson and Ben over at Carabao, and they sell sangria, and they also sell red wine over there. And I thought maybe it would be interesting, a little promo that they could put together with the eclipse, and about the time it is to close the bar is about when they're going to be in totality. So be listening for opportunities to goof off with them.
Well, that would be great. Especially, this is a great opportunity to have like a rooftop bar or lounge or coffee shop and just stay open all night for this event.
I'm with you. 7:57 in the morning. You have a great day. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Landon.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around here. You might be wondering, wait a second, it just went from a call with former Governor Camacho, who's a candidate in this upcoming election, to Landon Islet to talk about a total lunar eclipse. What's going on? I don't know about you. I don't know if I can talk politics for the entire 4 hours of the show, understanding that there is also going to be a show tomorrow on Election Day. And I'm looking forward to hearing from all kinds of people tomorrow on Election Day about their thoughts on where they're going to be going. I did get an interesting email from a listener who wondered if I was one of those 7,993 early voters over at the Westin, and I've changed my mind. After having heard a candidate speak, or after having heard a candidate's speech, or whatever, I'd like to be able to ask Maria if I can go in and get my ballot out and
but you can go
tear it
again.
up. Can I tear this thing up? Because I changed my mind. I don't want to vote for that guy. I just saw the progressive Democrat list of candidates that they're supporting, and gee, I'd kind of like to give them a look over. Take a look at the ballot and see if I caught any of these guys. I might, I don't know, minute and a half before the top of the hour, I might go over something like that. But that's not the only one that's out there. The progressive Democrats have got one where they're making their endorsements. Like I said, the GFT, and I actually had that up on my screen. I hadn't put it up on your screen just yet, but the GFT has come out with people that they are endorsing, and I noticed that a whole heck of a lot of them are Democrats. Not unusual for a union to support and endorse Democrats, but they did pick out a couple of Republicans that they are supporting, including Vince Borja, new guy, Sam Mabini. And that makes sense. I mean, Sam Mabini, if she was not included in this, I'd say change your name to something other than Guam Federation of Teachers. If you're not supporting an educator in there, if you're not supporting somebody like Dr. Sam, then maybe you should not be the Guam Federation of Teachers union. Tolo Taitigui is in there as well. We'll go over some of the Democrats. I got time? All right. Tina Munya Barnes, Will Parkinson, Dwayne Sinicholas, Mr. Goodman, cousin Freddie Berdalio, Kelly March Taitano, Darrell Chris Malfunction Barnett, Pito Terlahi, Joe Shimizu San Augustine. That's Joe S. is in there on the list, and Sabina Perez and Chech Terlahi, and that rounds out the candidates being endorsed by GFT. It's 8. Here's Fox News.
Another busy day in politics. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. Candidates are out in force today, hoping to sway voters their way ahead of the midterms in 2 days. President Biden this hour is scheduled to campaign in New York for Governor Kathy Hochul and other Democrats. Hochul's running in a tight race against Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, who was in Rochester today talking about the first things he'd do if he wins.
It's going to be a busy day one. Every COVID mandate in the state of New York that we can get rid of is gone.
Former President Trump is speaking at a rally in Miami for Senator Marco Rubio. Both parties predicting victory in who will control the Senate. New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker on ABC's This Week.
This is a tough election season. It's a midterm election, but I still see a pathway for us to maintain control of the Senate.
Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee had this prediction on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
There's going to be a red wave election, and I can't wait. I can't wait to get back
to doing things the way they're supposed to be done.
The evenly split Senate currently maintains a Democratic majority given Vice President Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote. Gas prices across the nation remaining fairly steady over the past couple of weeks. That according to oil industry analyst Troby Lumberg.
The national average price of gasoline is $3.89 per regular, down 3 cents in the past 2 weeks. But there's no more declines to come, in my opinion, because it is the West, especially California, with huge drops, 36 cents and more, that brought that average down.
The lowest price per gallon in a local market was Houston at $3.02, the highest in the San Francisco area at $5.52 a gallon. Lumberg says diesel prices are up $1.69 a gallon from 1 year ago. America is listening to Fox News.
Who is better for Guam's economy? Let's look at the facts. Lou and Josh have a lower unemployment rate than Felix Camacho did in his entire 8 years. There are half as many homeless on our streets today. And while the cost of living is up 11%, that's way lower than the 51% under Felix's economic policy. His $500 million deficit, it's been paid off. Lou and Josh set records, breaking $800 million in local tax revenue every year they've been in office, proving their economic policy is working. New construction is double what it was under him, and your tax refunds are now paid in 4 weeks instead of 4 years. All of this during the worst economic disaster in modern history. Leaders who run a steady ship in the worst of times are the right leaders for the best of times. Vote Lou and Josh and keep Guam moving forward.
This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
Pope Francis has wrapped up his first papal visit to Bahrain. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer has more.
His 4-day visit began with an open-air mass, telling young people there to seek real advice about life decisions instead of using the internet. Close to 30,000 people were in attendance.
Francis encouraged priests and nuns to keep ministering to the Gulf Kingdom's tiny Catholic flock. A Florida woman, Yesenia Sanchez, is arrested after allegedly shooting her ex-boyfriend, a Miami-Dade police officer. Fox 7's Danielle Garcia.
Sanchez is accused of hitting another woman's car while speeding away from the crime, then going on to hit more parked cars without stopping. 7 news sources say the off-duty officer is named Damian Colon. Hialeah police say Sanchez, who was also a former Miami-Dade Schools police officer, was in a relationship with Colon for 7 years. Police say on Friday she used an app to stalk Colon, tracked him down to his family's home, then confronted him in the driveway where she shot him in the head.
We saw a large pool of blood.
He was airlifted to Ryder Trauma Center where he underwent surgery. The officer, who's been with the department for 17 years, is in critical but stable condition.
Sanchez is said to have waived her rights and confessed to the crime. The life of Phil Spector is examined in a new documentary.
I had nothing to do with her death.
The 4-part documentary Spectre premieres on Showtime. This series, according to Variety, makes a case that the works of the man actually profile the controversial figure. Like many artists, Spectre drew from his own life. His first hit, The Teddy Bears, To Know Him is to Love Him, takes its title from the words on his father's tombstone. When Spectre was a child, his father died by suicide, a violent act that hung over Spectre's life. The doc dives into his bizarre behavior and the shooting death of actress Lana Clarkson. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Hi, my name is Johnny Kinata. I'm the mayor of Humatak, and I'm supporting Jonathan Savaras.
Half a day. I'm Mayor Robert Hoffman, and I'm honored to be here to address you today in support of Jonathan Savaras and his candidacy for senator.
John Savaras comes from a long line of public servants. His great-grandfather, Vicente Sanagos de Benavente, was our village commissioner and an educator. His grandparents, Joe and Oliva Savaras, worked for the naval government. His mother, our current mayor of Dedo, has been one of the longest-serving public servants on Guam, Mayor Melissa Savaras. John comes from a family of servants doing good for the people of Guam. That's why I support John in his candidacy for senator.
Hafaday, I am Mayor Melissa Savaras, and I humbly ask for one of your votes for my son Jonathan Savaras for senator. Sizuus Maasi.
I'm John Tavares, and I approve this message.
Guam Regional Medical City was awarded Advanced Primary Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. What does this mean? It means our neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and a team of the finest neurological doctors to treat stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu, or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
I worked hard to convince the military to spend $160 million to upgrade our northern wastewater plant at no cost to you. Now we can turn our focus to fixing our old leaky pipes to lower costs. I want to make sure that happens. I'm Simon Sanchez, I'm running for the CCU, and I approve this message.
Congratulations to public school teachers who received a raise this year. The increase was long overdue and well-deserved. It is just unfortunate that it had to become an election tactic of the current administration. As it was during Governor Camacho's tenure, we will make schools safe, secure, and conducive for learning for our students. No pandering, no vote buying, just prioritizing our island's children. It's time for a new season.
I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Adams.
We approve this message.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 4 of the 5 suspects charged in the stabbing death of Kiefersten Eichen on Woostig Road have been released. Cyrus Matias was released from DOC last Tuesday on a $3,000 personal recognizance bond and is to be supervised by 3 third-party custodians on house arrest. Matias is one of the 5 men charged in the August stabbing of Eichen in the Dedido Center. The attack was captured on video and shows at least 2 men attacking Eichen. Prior to Matias's release, co-defendants Elson Joe, Allison Joe, and Darrow Itzi were all released from DOC, while Shapusi remains confined. All the released co-defendants were ordered not to contact each other. Meanwhile, a judge is set to hear arguments in the case of a business that was barred from contracting with the government after the OPA found it improperly allowed the governor's office to use a building rent-free. SH Enterprise in late 2019 won a $3.8 million bid to provide food services to the government. In early 2020, the company allowed the governor's office to use the former Hakubutan building in Tamuning to process war claims, and 3 weeks later was awarded another food contract for $5.9 million. Basel Food Services Corporation, which had lost out on both bids, made a protest of the award to the GSA. When GSA denied Basel Foods' protest, the company brought the case to the OPA. In April of last year, Public Auditor BJ Cruz banned SH from contracting with GovGuam for a year. Cruz at the time called the granting of favors in public procurement insidious. SH argues that the OPA did not have the authority to ban the company and maintains that its conduct was not unethical. A bench trial is scheduled for 10 o'clock on Wednesday, November 9, but SH's attorney, Vanessa Williams, says that the hearing is likely to be moved. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Most workers who asked for a waiver of federal PUA overpayments don't have to pay back a total of $12 million because they're able to prove the overpayments were not their fault or were not a result of fraud. Guam Labor Director David De La Sola says over 90% of overpayment waiver requests were approved. Total PUA overpayments were about $23 million. In February of this year, the U.S. Department of Labor issued new guidance to waive the recovery of PUA overpayments, relieving the burden for claimants who were not at fault. There was no blanket waiver of PUA overpayments. Workers had to apply for a waiver, and the Guam Labor Department had to review each application. De La Sola says that there are others who did not apply for the waiver, but the department is down to reviewing the last few applications. And over 60,000 island residents can cast their votes in tomorrow's general election. The final number of locally registered voters was reported by Election Commission Executive Director Maria Pangilinan during a GEC meeting held yesterday at the UOG Fieldhouse, where ballots will be counted tomorrow evening. Pangilinan announced that the Help America Vote Act security grant program gave the okay to move forward with the additional $150 to island poll workers. The increase would mean a total stipend of $500 to each precinct official who completes the long election workday. The funding also could go toward hiring election assistants for accessible voting. The commission reported that all precinct official vacancies have been filled and then moved on to perform a test of 536 ballots run through the 3 tabulation machines to be used on election day. Officials say the test count ran smoothly. Residents are encouraged to rock the vote tomorrow from 7 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Are we rocking the vote? Is that what we're using? That phraseology today? We're rocking the vote.
Well,
I feel like I'm on FM music station again.
It was an MTV thing, don't you remember?
It was.
Yeah, I do. But was it the MTV when they were still playing records or
when they were still playing hair metal? Because I remember Janie Lane from Warrant did one of them, and that was my favorite Rock the Vote commercial.
Because otherwise, there was a time when MTV was new and they had cool VJs and that Kurt guy that did news, just kind
Kurt Loder
with
and Adam Curry, the hottest
he did
VJ
news with
in
a
town.
sneer. You ever get that feeling? Was doing news with a sneer, like I am so much smarter than you people watching MTV.
But I liked him.
No, it was a great character to have in there. And then they started doing shows. The
Real World, that was MTV, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was. And I'm just going. They said, well, it's no longer about music as much as it is kind of the generation and energy that comes from of music. It's this generation's big deals. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. And I'm going, okay, I can't handle this anymore. And then went to VH1, and then they started doing shows and stuff. I'm like, where can you go just to watch? I wonder if it would make any difference. I mean, if there was a place where you could go and just watch music videos. I mean, I'm sure that there's YouTube channels that people put together, and I wonder what that kind of viewership is like.
I think MTV2 did just music videos.
Just music videos?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody watch it?
I don't know. That was a long time ago when I still had cable.
That's what I want, Elon. That's what I want Elon Musk to buy. But can you buy MTV and make them play songs again like they did back in the old days? Can we do something like that? Okay, gotcha. 8:13 in the morning. Here it comes, the last look at weather for today. Because if you haven't gotten it by now, just download an app here. Mostly sunny, daytime highs today, about 88 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. And tomorrow morning, we will open the doors to the voting places at 7 a.m. under partly sunny skies. Bring an umbrella, might rain. Highs near 87 degrees through most of tomorrow. It'll be between partly sunny and mostly cloudy. Hopefully, we'll get partly cloudy skies in the evening so that we'll all have a great view of the incredible lunar, total lunar. We will get totality here, ladies and gentlemen. But I gotta agree with some of the people on the Facebook lives and the YouTube lives going, an eclipse on Guam's election day. Kind of ominous, isn't it? Isn't it? It's just kind of. What kind of an omen is this going to be? Can you get my crystal consultant to call in with some details on that? Sunset tonight's going to be at 5:52. By the way, it's 8:14. There's news and weather together on The Point.
iPhone 14 Pro, all systems pro. Capture incredible detail with a 48-megapixel main camera. Experience iPhone in a whole new way with dynamic island and always-on display and crash detection, a new safety feature that calls for help when you can't. Now, for a limited time, receive a $200 Visa gift card on us when you sign up for a new line with the purchase of your iPhone 14. Come into GTA today and experience the new iPhone 14 series of phones. It's all systems pro. Terms and conditions may apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
Hafaday, I'm Amanda Shelton. It's been my greatest honor to serve as your senator. We've been able to accomplish so much during this time for our Manamku and our Manhoban, and as we turn the corner of the pandemic, I remain inspired by our island's strength and will continue serving in ways that uplift and empower our people. I humbly ask for one of your votes this election. Siduas Maasi.
Paid for by the Committee to elect Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat, Johnny Cultura's treasure.
Pacific Points is more rewarding with friends. Get 100 bonus points for every friend you refer that signs up and earns points. Both you and your friends will enjoy awesome perks like discounts on Shell fuel, rebates on your IT&E bills, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. Plus, earn more points to upgrade your membership tier and enjoy even more exclusive rewards. Learn more at PacificPoints.com. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Camacho Ada approach to reviving Guam's economy stands on our 7 pillars of opportunity. Business development is central to our platform. Tony and I are both businessmen who know the role that government should play in encouraging and supporting economic growth. For more information on how we will help our economy rebuild and prosper, please visit CamachoAdaForGuam.com. Taking care of business and opportunity, this will be a new season. I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Ada.
We approve this message.
Roger that. 8:16 in the morning. Portions of the broadcast here made possible by our friends over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at NutriWays, a long and healthy life. Yeah, they got water purifiers there and air purifiers, all kinds of great gizmos and great advice to help you live a longer life. Find them on the second floor of the Daily Plaza building in Datadoo, 864-7867. Again, 671-864-7867.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number here, 797-8255. That's the meme machine. Now, it's busy right now. I've got on the meme machine, I've got a screen cap. This is how much I'm crazy about this. It's a screen cap from Chili's. They put this thing up on social media over the weekend. And believe it or not, I'm actually in a group, a WhatsApp group. Not like a rock group.
It's a taco WhatsApp group.
It is a taco. How dare you? Hot tub club. It is a taco hot tub club. We're all friends. I mean, we're all part of a larger group, but this group in particular has got a thing for tacos and hot tubs because somebody's lives at a place where there's a hot tub, and we like to go and have parties there. But we also have a thing, all of us, for tacos. Now, a few weeks back, we went and had Taco Tuesday over at Chili's, and we're looking for an excuse to go back and do it again. And Marcus Fong from the Chili's family is online right now, and so tomorrow, you guys are doing Taco Tuesday again.
Good morning, Ray. Yes, we are.
Oh, I'm so excited about this because I was raving about it the last time that it happened. Is me and my friends were all hanging out, got there early because, number one, we're old and we know to get to places before the crowd shows up. So we were there enjoying a couple of cold beers at the bar, and then retired to that little ante room that you've got on the way out to the outdoor setting.
Mm-hmm.
And absolutely loved it. And what I'm looking for here is the name of the guy that was our waiter that night. He was absolutely terrific, and there was a dozen of us or so in there, and kids, and he made sure that the food was coming, and the beers were coming, and everybody was absolutely satisfied. I'll get that name here in just a second. But what was the idea behind doing Taco Tuesday on Election Day?
Well, the last time we did it was National Taco Day, so we thought we'd have a little fun with it, do Taco Tuesday. It happened to be on a Tuesday, so everything just coincided. And then it was such a success, everybody was raving about it, so we thought, what's another Tuesday that we can have an excuse to have Taco Tuesday? Exactly. And lo and behold, Election Day.
Exactly. So go out and get your vote on wherever you happen to be voting, and then swing by Chili's there on the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. Now, it sounds like it's a no-brainer. Taco Tuesday, so the two is that they're $2 each on Election Day.
Yep. $2 each. Beef, chicken, shrimp, $2 a piece.
And you can order that in any configuration you want to, is my recollection. So if you just want all of them to be chicken, you can get three. It'll come in a set of three. So for $6, you can get three of these tacos at $2 a piece, and they're all beef or chicken or shrimp. Or you can, as I did, I wanted a sampler, so I wanted to get one beef, one chicken, one shrimp, and that worked out.
Yep, you can get any combination you want. You can start with one of each and then order more of your favorite.
The guy's name that I'm looking for is Jace. Jace was the guy. And if you're really, really lucky, Jace is going to be the guy that takes care of your table with you and your friends. Because, like I said, it can get kind of complicated. You got a dozen people ordering, different varieties of different combinations of tacos at the same time, plus drinks, all of the other stuff. And this guy, it was amazing. He wasn't even writing stuff down. He just knew it. He was good. Did you make him general manager yet?
Jace is one of our newest supervisors. He rose in the ranks really, really quickly, and I can't say enough good things about Jace. He's wonderful, and I'm glad you got to experience him. But I think everybody on the team, every server on the team, has that expertise.
Well, I was very, very happy, and I was very happy to tell you the next morning what a great job that he was doing. And here's the other thing, bro. We weren't the only customers that you had that night. The place was absolutely jammed, and so I'm going to make the remark yet again. If you're going to Taco Tuesday tomorrow night over at Chili's, go early because the place will pack up. This doesn't happen all the time, and when it does, everybody and their mother comes out of the woodwork and wants to go and experience it.
Well, it's all day, so you can come in as early as you want, Ray. Right after your show.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about it would be another nighttime thing like it was the last time. So all day long. What time you open?
We open at 11.
11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock, you can start in with this. Now, there's another thing on the ad that I was looking at with a margarita. So what's the deal? If I buy a margarita, then I get a free taco?
Yep. So no hot tubs, right? So if you want your tacos and hot tubs, no hot tubs, but you can replace that with a margarita. Order any margarita, you get a free taco with it.
Gotcha. And so the other question is, I know that there's people listening that are actually involved at a very personal level with this election and might not be able to swing by tomorrow because they're going to be busy waving or counting ballots or whatever. Has you got a target date on when the next big deal might be?
No, we don't. So we're keeping that a surprise. We know we will do it again. The team has been raving about it. Customers have been raving about it. But we're going to keep that a little secret.
Gotcha. Well, is there anything else about Chili's that is coming down the road? And we got the big holiday season ahead of us, and it looks like everybody's getting busy and gearing up for it. Are there going to be any cool Chili's deals for the holidays?
Well, we've always got our $15 meal deals, and that's been really, really popular. With inflation and all this talk about prices going up, we've been able to maintain that $15 meal deal, which has been a huge, huge attraction. And then we've got some things up our sleeve. We're working on some localized Chili's menu versions. So coming up in a couple of weeks, so you start seeing some stuff. We've been taste testing a lot in the kitchen these days.
Well, I know at 823 and other taste testing going on over at the Subways. I've got a little bit of inside information, and my understanding is that between now and the first part of 2023, we're debuting some new flavors at Subways.
Yeah, we are. We've been doing a lot of kitchen testing there as well.
This is going to be a fun quarter for you, isn't it?
We've been staying busy. We have to come up with new innovations. I think the new sandwiches. We just did some training over the weekend with the new menu, and my gosh, the reviews were just fantastic.
823. I'll see if I can contribute to some of those reviews down the road here. Marcus, I know how busy you are. In addition to the Subway stuff that you're always up to and the Chili's goodness, Tuesdays, Taco Tues, as in $2 each, tomorrow starting at 11, second floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza over at Chili's. Now, I'm just under the assumption that you guys are always looking for food and beverage employees all the time here. You got any openings over at in any of those locations?
Oh, we always do. We've been looking. We've had some challenges, but thankfully, I think we've been in a good spot, better than some. But we're always still looking.
All right, you got experience and want to take it to work with a great boss and a great family. Chili's or Subway, either or. Listen, I know you got a big day ahead of you. Slinging some Coca-Cola. Wait. Before I'm done, any headway on the orange drink thing?
Oh, orange drink.
Yeah.
That's still down the pipeline. We're still looking for that, but we haven't found the right formula. We've tested a few. I'll tell you, I was out to a few manufacturers, and we tested a few. It just didn't make the cut.
Well, there's very specific flavor that people are looking for when it comes to orange drink, and we'll wait until you find something that's absolutely perfect. You have a great day, Marcus. I'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, sir.
All right, bud. 888-8255, 888-TALK at 8:25 in the morning. Marcus Fong. And if you were wondering, how come you start talking about Chili's and then you go to Subway and then you're talking about orange drink and Coca-Cola? Same family, same office, and they handle all of that kind of thing over in that shop. So that's why I was able to go back and forth. It's 8:25, and normally I'd throw up a couple of other hot, interesting kind of election-y things.
Oh yeah,
we'll wait. I wanted to take care of celebrity birthdays here before we do anything else. Is that cool?
Of course, man. It's my favorite part of the show.
Phony Joni, depending on where you are in the political spectrum and how much you love the old style kind of folky complaint rock that she did. Joni Mitchell is 79 years old.
Pay Paradise?
Anybody? Yeah, put up a parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty good
Leave
advice.
us the birds and the bees.
Christopher Knight. And you're going, wait a second, why does that name sound familiar? Because the Brady Bunch, it's Little Peter from the Brady. No, I didn't say Little Peter, did I?
You did, man.
He was young Peter from the Brady Bunch is 65 years old. Super Size Me dude Morgan Spurlock is 52. Adam Devine of the Workaholics and Modern Family turns 39 as well. And a singer that I don't know, Lorde, is 26.
Oh, nice.
That's a girl,
Royals,
right?
yeah.
Okay, I know the song.
Yeah.
I know the song. And there might be some of you, depending on where you're getting your news and information, that. And I'm a Twitter guy, right? I mean, I get a lot of it's one of my places, but I've been spending
you're a musketeer
some time on the Twitter, and Twitter was just exploding all weekend long with the news that Aaron Carter has died. And you might be listening, going, "Yeah, I saw that, Ray. Who the hell is Aaron Carter?"
That's Nick Carter's younger brother.
Nick Carter is famous for being
the Backstreet Boys.
A Backstreet Boy.
Yeah, the blonde one. Yeah.
Okay, so why do we care about his brother? He had a hit once upon a time. I mean, with the rate at which the Twitter was pinging about this guy dying, you'd think that he was Justin Bieber all of a sudden. And I'm going, I just don't. Yeah. I don't see him as being.
He's kind of like the dark Justin Bieber.
Right?
Yeah.
The anti-Justin?
Maybe, yeah, kind of.
Okay, gotcha. 8:27 in the morning. If you're looking for something to celebrate, this is how nothing day it is today. The day before the election, this is how much of a nothing day it is. It is Notary Public Day.
Oh, nice.
It's my day.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
you're
are?
a notary?
I
Oh,
am.
that's right.
I
You're a
need
notary.
You do?
No.
Can I talk to you after the show?
You can talk to her
I
now.
really do need her.
Yeah,
Yeah, for the war reparations.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. And every once in a while it'll come up, right, where you just go, you're bumping along with life, and then somebody will say, "Oh, I need a notary public."
Yeah, where do you find that?
And it's never a good time. It's
isn't.
always a Friday night at 7:30 or something like that. That's when you need the notary for stuff that you got to turn in on Saturday morning. How do you keep emergency hours? Are you one of those kinds of people where like if I really needed you, I could call you? Would you charge extra? Can you?
Yeah, I do mobile notary services.
2 a.m., Ray.
So travel fees do apply.
Okay.
But if
3
I'm
a.m.
awake,
3 a.m. Malesu.
Yeah, right? So, no. And a little bit of background on this. I'd actually dated somebody once upon a time who was a notary public. But for the most part, she just did work for the company that she worked in.
Oh, okay.
But I recall there's a process. You just don't show up and become a notary public. You got to take a test and everything, right?
Yeah, and you have to schedule it too. You have to get a notary bond, to insure yourself. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it expensive to be a notary?
A little bit.
Yeah, because you got to buy that little stampy thing, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
the little gold things that you
No,
stamp.
you don't need the gold thing.
But it's just so much nice. I mean, it's an extra $1, right? For you get the little gold sparkly thing on your notary.
That doesn't translate well into the Xerox.
Oh, I see.
I get what I got was this it's just a plain old black, just all black ink, and I just stamp it over the embossed thingy so that when you do make a copy, it's black.
Okay, all right. It's about how many notaries are there on Guam?
I don't know, a lot. There's a big list, long list.
Do you guys ever get together and have a party like Taco Tuesday at Chili's? Or?
Who do you guys support?
That would be nice.
Is there a taco and hot tub club among the notary publics here on Guam?
There should be.
There should be, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to leave it up to you to start that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, can you take the pressure? Come on, you need one more thing to do in your life.
I think I'm good.
Are there any guy notary publics?
Yeah, a lot.
Well, who? Anybody I know?
Maybe.
Because every notary public I've ever known in my life has always been a woman.
Appears to be a woman.
Yeah,
Oh,
or
yeah,
appears to be a woman.
Appears to be.
Well, you got to be careful because it's 2022.
Oh,
You say,
yeah.
I don't know.
Did you just assume my gender?
What pronouns do we do for notary? Are there notary pronouns in there? Anyway, 8:30 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. We got to take a break here because we are loaded with political ads and things like that. So when we return from them, Donna's going to give up the last big look at news and headlines. And do I have a surprise guest coming in this hour?
You do.
Well, how about that? We'll stand by. Get ready for a surprise guest on a very special Ray Gibson Show.
A message from KFC's Colonel Sanders.
I spent months searching the world over for the very best Nashville hot chicken recipe. Then I found it in the last place I ever expected, Nashville. KFC's new Nashville hot chicken with a legendary blend of spicy and smoky flavor.
KFC's Nashville Hot is back on Guam for a limited time. Get yours today. It's finger licking good.
Howdy, I'm Frank Bloss Jr. As a senator, I know full well the responsibility of having the weight of your worries on my shoulders. I also accept that I'll have to make decisions that are right but aren't popular. What matters is I do my best for you. This election, I ask for just one of your votes so I can continue to work on what concerns you most. I'm Frank Bloss Jr., #1 Republican, and I thank you for listening. Paid for by Friends for Frank, Dave Morcilla, Treasurer.
Who is more effective at fighting crime? Let's look at the facts. Lou and Josh have moved more resources into police and customs than any administration, more than doubling their budgets. They've raised law enforcement salaries to retain and recruit more officers who last year executed the highest number of arrests in Guam's history. They established a Postal Service task force that has changed the game in the drug fight, with over 100 pounds of meth taken off the streets every year, compared to just 6 pounds under Felix Camacho. Ethical leadership has been restored at GPD, and neighborhood watches are more active than ever. Guam's new drug detox unit is just one of many programs launched to get to the root of the problem. There's still more to do. Who has the track record to tackle the challenges ahead? Vote Lou and Josh and keep Guam moving forward.
This is Governor Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
Now, baby, 8:32, Ray Gibson Show, day before the election. How are we doing? Have you decided? And frankly, I'd kind of be interested to talk to somebody that has not yet decided for which gubernatorial team you are going to be voting for. And what is the hesitancy here? Why haven't you decided? Why are you going to wait until you're making a snap judgment tomorrow at the voting place?
Maybe they're traditional. Like I like voting on election day. Oh yeah.
Well, I like voting on election day as well. I mean, you and I both had the opportunity to early vote over at Weston. You took it, I did not, because I like. For me, it is. It's a throwback to, being a part of a political family. Underwoods have been running for something for a long, long time. And, what always came down to, you work your butt off during the, the whole campaign season. And it finally comes down to that day. And the last obligation for somebody in the family that was involved in a political campaign was, you go vote now. And we all kind of sat around and waited out instructions and things like that on who we were going to be, who the family was voting for. And I will admit to coming from a family that kind of would spell out from time to time word on, whether or not we were voting for all 15 or just one or two. And it was always kind of interesting to find out.
It's hard to vote for all 15.
No, I think it's impossible to vote. I've never voted.
I do it, man. I forgive.
Just random?
I get in there and I start forgiving people, bro.
Forgive everybody, right?
Yeah, I start forgiving them.
Okay, I was mad at you before.
I was mad.
And I can't remember why, so it must not be important enough to withhold a vote for you. 8:34 on the Ray Gibson Show. Our last big look at news and headlines now with Donna Diaffa. Donna, how'd we do?
A woman was pulled from the water by bystanders after a drowning was reported on Friday evening in Tumon. GFG spokesperson Nick Garrido says fire department units responded to the call at 5:30 on the beach side of Nana's Cafe. Bystanders performed CPR on the woman, who was approximately 30 years old, and firefighters continued CPR on the way to GMH. The fire department reminds residents to heed warnings about dangerous swimming and surfing conditions. Meanwhile, Governor Lulian Guerrero has extended the public health emergency declaration from November 6th to December 6th, but she also anticipates a target end date of January 11, 2023. And instructs affected agencies to coordinate transition measures and provide information to individuals affected by any consequent change in services. The governor first declared a state of emergency on March 14, 2020. And registration for GCC's spring semester is open until January 4. Classes begin on January 11. Current students can register through their My GCC portal. New students can register online at guamcc.edu/apply or in person in the 2000 building, 8 to 5 on weekdays. Contact the admissions and registrations at gcc.registrar@guamcc.edu or the financial aid office at financialaid@guamcc.edu. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
8:35 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show, and here it is. Yes, one of the stories in that headline cast was the story that the public health emergency has been renewed and extended, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, yeah. December 5th, I believe, is the new work. Sorry, December 6th is the new working date for the extension of the public health emergency. And then there's a piece of subscript on that, so I'll go over. Let me just go over. I don't normally do this. Wait, Tammy says I'm gorgeous. What? Tammy Post Office is watching the program.
Oh, wow.
She says it's the puka shells. It's the puka shells. Thank you, Tammy, for handling the mail from Amazon that had my puka shells in it. All right, so here's the whereases. Understanding the impact that ending our public health emergency will have on these concerns and concerns about SNAP and concerns about, GARD and whatever. I recognize that it is time to consider ending the public health emergency. It's time to put this behind us. Let the sun set on the public health emergency. In fact, I'd heard that Saturday night, she told the crowd at the Divoli, where we all had the Vindaloo, that Guam is safe.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
God.
I don't know. Is it COVID or guys with machetes? I don't know. Whereas the national public health emergency is presently scheduled to end on January 11th, subject to further renewal. And whereas, barring serious disruptions to our response and recovery efforts, I'm also prepared to end our public health emergency at that time. And whereas our public health emergency draws to an end, I ask that all affected agencies prepare for the inevitable impact this action will have on their operations, and that affected members of our community likewise prepare for the impact that ending the public health emergency will have on their lives and livelihoods. To a very limited degree anymore, the public health emergency and the extension absolutely doesn't necessarily apply to me. I'm once again allowed as an unvaccinated member of this community to eat indoors. I can gather with my taco and hot tub friends. And an unlimited number of taco and hot tub friends can get together now. So to the degree that there were restrictions over rank and file, just plain old vanilla people on Guam, it doesn't necessarily affect me anymore. But there are going to be some. I mean, people that are making extra on the SNAP programs. People that are pulling down some additional hours because where they work, they're responsible for sitting around waiting for somebody with COVID to come in, right? I think that's what it comes down to. And maybe down the road, things like, can I still get a free test somewhere? Can I still get a free vaccination somewhere if I wanted to? So those things are all going to change. And as the governor is saying here, make a note of it. So now that we're done with the whereases, here comes the now therefore I Lourdes Leon Guerrero, Maga Gaga Gaga, Governor of Guam, by virtue of number one, extension of the public health emergency. The public health emergency first declared in Executive Order number 2020-03. Oh, my God, Becky. And most recently extended in Executive Order 2022-23 shall be extended for an additional 30-day period effective November 6th. The public health emergency is now scheduled to expire on December the 6th of 2022. And we would assume that, is it going to be extended again until the stateside version? And it's kind of tricky here. There's a fuzzy language in my head. In anticipation of a target end date for the public health emergency on the 11th of January, 2023, affected agencies are instructed to coordinate transition measures and provide information to individuals affected by any consequent change in services. So if you are one of those people that has been living large on those federal dollars that Mike Nicholas got for Guam, know that some of them might be going away. Some parts of these COVID-19 things could be becoming history. So make a note of it. And to some of you, that might mean go put on your nice Zoris and go find a job. 14,000 plus people. What? It's huge. Read the thing that Mary Rhodes was saying from the GHRA in the newspaper today. Is yeah, everybody's like raving over the numbers that we've got, but not necessarily keeping track of the number of people. Actually, you know, not necessarily applauding where there's a significant number of people who aren't even looking for work anymore. And maybe that's the message that needs to get out there. In 20 minutes, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. I will return in a moment.
Vince Borja epitomizes determination. His family was so poor that he received his first pillow when he joined the Army. Vince went from extreme poverty to obtaining a master's degree, becoming a non-commissioned officer in the Army, working for a Fortune 500 company, and becoming an entrepreneur. Vince even gave up his job as a professor so he could run and serve his people. You cannot teach grit and determination. With Vince Borja, you don't have to. It's in his DNA. So is leadership. Vote Vince Borja for senator. Determination has a name.
My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Buenas, Tanhafade. Guahu Siluleon Guerrero, Malalagudzu Talu pa Gobyerno. Zaho mas mona para tanat lamolik inilat lata. Malagudzu para bel hatsain rebun espitata, para tanat lamolik isquilata, dan para tanat lasat bi I familiata, I businesta, zanitalanta morna. Estima Mailana November 8, por favor, bota mensagers. Za malagudzo gini imastadum gikrosono na yamzun donku na sizu usmasi ni support pinmizu. Za mala tafandanya para tanak lamolik ni lata morna para I familiata, para I famago onta, dan I famago unia. Sizu usmasi.
I'm Lou Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
Hafaday, I'm Amanda Shelton. It's been my greatest honor to serve as your senator. We've been able to accomplish so much during this time for our Manumku and our Manhoban, and as we turn the corner of the pandemic, I remain inspired by our island's strength and will continue serving in ways that uplift and empower our people. I humbly ask for one of your votes this election. Siduas Maasi.
Paid for by the committee to elect Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat, Johnny Coultora's treasurer.
I'm Dr. Sam Abini Young. I've always believed in the value of education, effort, humility, and accountability. As your senator, I will prioritize the training and education of students and workers to support the rebuilding of our economy. I understand our community's need for affordable living and housing and the need for aggressive drug enforcement to stop its serious impact. And there's a need for smarter and smaller government, like a part-time legislature that works for Guam and having more efficient GovGuam departments. Please support me with one of your votes for senator to work for you on these issues. I'm Dr. Sam Abini Young.
Paid for by friends of Sam Abini Young, Gina Ramos, treasurer.
The Point is KUSG, Hagatnya, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
That's you, Ray, man.
What? Yeah, you can have headphones if you want. Okay.
Don't give him headphones, Ray.
I was going to say, today on a very special Ray, I got a special guest coming into the studio here this morning, but it ain't the lady that's up on the screen right now. I think that would be something akin to a miracle, if you ask me. Anyway, 20-something minutes away from 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's apparently the guy's got this built-up editorial commentary that he has to make. How long has it been since you've been off the air?
I'm pent up, man.
I was going to say.
Yeah. I don't know if coming on here is a good idea because all my friends were like, okay, whatever you do, no teachable moment. Just stay home. Don't answer the phone.
Day before the election.
Don't go anywhere. But you know me, I get claustrophobic when I stay home, so here I am.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I get the same thing. If I'm away from a microphone anymore for a couple of days, all of a sudden, it just starts to back up, and I can feel my eyeballs pop out of my head going, I've got to say something about this. I've got to say there's stuff going on. Making me. You actually came up. I started to work on a video yesterday.
Good morning, Guam.
Oh, there's Chris Barnett.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. Number 11 Democrat people.
Like you've got to take.
Ray's favorite Democrat. That's it. Can I say
yes. I've been out and tried to support you as much as possible. Had a fundraiser over at
Joe
Las
Cruz
Vegas.
ain't too shabby either, my man.
But I didn't see Joe Cruz spending actual hard-earned money at the door at Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago.
He came to the first one, but thanks for coming out, man. And I got to say, having you come out to the fundraiser at Las Vegas, great time. And it was funny. There was a moment where it was you were sitting on one side, and then you had the super woke Democrat on the other side. And what was going on there? It looked like there was a little bit of discussion.
Yeah, well, I was trying to convince wrong people. I was trying to convince him that Judy Wonpat would be bad for the buildup. It's the only thing that we've got going on around here.
If they're wearing a Wonpat shirt, maybe not the best idea to try and convince them that,
She started it.
I'm just saying. Okay.
Leland's wife.
Yeah,
she started
I know.
it.
It's fun. Good times, though.
No,
but that just shows I bring both sides to the table. I'm not saying they're going to agree with each other, but we can all sit down and talk.
So Chris Barnett can sing.
Of course he can. You're looking kind of
He's a
lonely,
karaoke
girl.
master.
Would you like someone new to vote for?
It was a great night, and I tell you what, I felt a nice bipartisan thing though, because Jimmy Moylan was there. Yeah. You had I think I want to say Chris Duenas or his guys were floating around. Right. In fact, Chris Duenas was there with Jim Turbio.
Yes, like I said, I go both ways. I'm willing to work with anybody. If it's good for Guam, I'm down.
Well, so that goes back to the very first conversation that we had in here when you would come in, and I think there was this sense that maybe there was going to be tension, disagreement between us. But it seems to me that you and I are on the same page with what needs to happen around here.
Right.
You and I live in a real world where people lost their jobs.
Yeah.
Their lives were upended over COVID-19, and what I thought was kind of a ridiculous approach to dealing with it that we had here.
Yeah, and I think where we really connect is you've always been a great opposition voice, and I feel like that's something I've really thrived at. I think if I go back to Uncle Carl, Governor Gutierrez. I stood against him, not as a hater, but as someone who's critical of policies and ideas that I feel are not good or hurting the people of Guam. And so I think governor to governor, I've been pretty consistent. There was a time Governor Calvo called up K57, and he was just pissed about the story I did about the salaries. And so we know Governor Liu, of course. I've stood at odds with her a few times. So that's one thing I appreciate about you and myself.
Well, somebody's got to be
consistent.
Yeah, and I appreciate other voices that are out there that aren't afraid to call the shots. It's balls and strikes. I'm not trying to influence the outcome of the game.
Sure,
but
if
I see something that it just doesn't feel right, and I feel like and there were times where other governors and Adelup wouldn't talk to me either.
Right.
Because I disagreed with some of their policies, disagreed with some of the things that they were moving forward with, and I think that many of what we were seeing only were beneficial, say, to government employees or certain families, not necessarily people that live and die here on Guam.
Right.
Somebody got to sit on their side of the table and tell their story.
And sometimes when you go on a limb and you say things that are those uncomfortable truths, and I'm sure you know this, a lot of times it can cost you. Whether it's your political coin or just bring you a little more controversy than you might want. And so running in this campaign, I'm running hard on the meth, not pottery, meth, right? I feel like meth is just the nucleus of so many of our problems on this island, from the crime to the poverty to the foster children crisis. And so I've been banging that drum, and I was able to speak in front of the GTA employees just kind of across the street.
Cool.
And I did my little spiel on the meth, and so Lieutenant Governor Josh came up after me. And he was like, Chris is absolutely right about this and the foster children crisis being caused by the meth. And so I had a chance to run into him at an early voting site a few days later. And I told him, I said, well, T, thanks for mentioning that. And he said, Chris, there's just some issues that, you're the one that really has to talk about it. And, I kind of took it for what it was, but I disagree. I think that, there are a lot of candidates who are talking about this issue because it's really what's important. And
So I'm on jury duty.
Right.
I'm on jury duty, and I got to tell you, 95.
You're on jury duty.
I'm on jury duty.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's a grand jury.
Yeah.
It's a grand jury. And so we've got these guys coming in from the police department, attorney general's office. 95% of the cases, the word crystal methamphetamine or tested presumptive positive.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all in virtually every single case that we've gotten. Unfortunately, in many of these cases, crystal meth plays a role, but it was not the charge for which they have been arrested. So it doesn't always necessarily come up in ways that people can see that it really is a problem.
Right,
Criminal
yeah.
sexual conduct, domestic violence, everything is up on the increase. And you hear
really
about
tragic, cases of child abuse, child neglect, child death, right? And I'm saying
the kid that was mutilated by his father and uncle, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah. And then there was the boy whose dad, I guess, had stayed up too many days, fell asleep and couldn't hear his son who was stuck in the car honking the horn, right? So, crystal meth, I think that I like to say it's an unchecked epidemic, and I think that we've definitely got to at least have that conversation. And I can't be the only one out here talking about it. Like, I implore the administration to jump down in here and let's take care of this problem. Let's work together on it.
So recovery, you and I both know meth addicts.
Right.
Recovery is
tough.
It's like a miracle when
It's
it happens.
tough, yeah.
How many guys that fell into meth out here?
About 5 or 6, and they're really shining examples. And every time I can, I try and hold them up. But the problem with the science behind meth addiction is they're still actually struggling to find a way to deal with it. And so what we have now is a lot of focus on the opioid addiction. And I know that we're standing up more treatment, but I'd like to also see more on the prevention and awareness, and of course on the interdiction.
Back in the day, little kids used to listen to you and I on the radio, and it was easy kind of to make a pipeline to them. I don't know that it's as easy now to get into the minds of your fourth graders, fifth graders, kids that see this.
It's not as hard as we think, though. I think that if you employ methods, to kind of toot my own horn here, but employed like the malfunction methods, come up with jingles, come up with things that are catchy. Just say no to drugs. This is your brain on drugs. I mean, say what you will. That worked. That worked. And so that's on the prevention and awareness. I want to turn on the Ray Gibson show, and I want to hear jingles about, kids don't do meth. It'll cause your death, stuff like that.
Unlimited airtime. I got 3 radio stations. Be happy to do that.
Nice.
But what about, they used to have non-crime programs in the police departments, DARES, and things like that.
Well, they're doing a lot of good work, man. Sergeant Paul Tapau, he's kind of leading the Guam Police Department and their community outreach program. And I was really blessed that the guard asked me to come along with them to Teason High School a couple weeks ago for Red Ribbon Week. And so I actually got to speak to the whole school. I mean, it was like probably almost 1,000 students. And I don't know what they were expecting. I did get a little bit of hee-hee, ha-ha in there. But, when I talk about the meth, I'm real. And I share the story about the young boy, and I share the story about the crime. And it was, you could hear a pin drop. But I got a commitment out of those hundreds of kids that, they were going to do what they could to stay off meth and to kind of encourage awareness with, especially the young kids, talking to middle school teachers. And they're saying they're finding crack pipes, meth pipes in students' backpacks. So
whatever their parents or their aunts and uncles are doing at the house, so it must be cool.
I mean, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what is.
But they're constantly surrounded by red flags, and I'm with you. We have this conversation again. Jury duty. We're waiting for the judge to let us go, and the conversation will come up is what are we going to do? And my thing is there's a lot of older guys, 20s, 30s that are deep into the meth now, and for all intents and purposes, they might not be able to do anything for them. It's not like the old days when I was a teenager. We had a serious drug problem here on Guam, but there was a methadone program. There was a divert that you could put these guys in and give them a 50-50 chance of being able to break the habit and move on. I don't know that there's a methadone-like deal for crystal methamphetamine.
That's what I was saying about the science behind the meth addiction. So I had my mom's brother. We were staying together, and it was just he was deep in the meth game. And I had to do this thing where a lot of times we make excuses for the family, and so I was basically making excuses for his whole life and a lot of the bad things that he was doing. And he had that moment where he met someone, and she fell in love with him, and he had an opportunity to get married. And how he did it was he came clean to her, and they went to the doctor, and he told the doctor, hey, I'm addicted to meth. What can you do for me? They gave him steroids. But that worked in the beginning, but what really worked, and this is the tragic part, is he had to pick up and just leave. and move to like Virginia.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
He's never, he's honest. He's like, I don't even know if I can ever come back when I look at how it is. And I know that, and that's the problem is you get
and
people
I know
who quit.
where I can get.
Right. A lot of people relapse when they start hanging around the same people. So yeah, guys, I'm focused on the meth because I believe that is the singular issue that is causing a lot of, issue, like it's rippling out. But you know what you get when you get me? I'm going to be that watchdog. I know how to investigate. I know how to look at documents. I know what to look for. I don't take any BS. I'm going to shake things up like a lot of people are telling me to do.
Clint comes in from the media side, finds himself a couple of years in the legislature. I thought he did some interesting things, and found windmill to tilt against with the utilities, GPA in particular. He's out this year. Are there initiatives that Clint has that you might pick up?
I think Clint did a lot of great work. I think one of the big things that we need to kind of clean up is the adult use cannabis. So I think that, and I see the licenses coming out, but when you look at the rules and regs, I think a lot of it is maybe unimplementable. Like I made this joke I went to the cannabis forum, and I was like, I don't know what kind of
place you and I are on the same page.
I was like, I don't know what kind of weed they were smoking. We made up these rules and regs, but it wasn't a good one because there's a lot of gaps, a lot of holes, a lot of issues, and I think that at the end of the day, we got to really make sure that our people here are going to really cash in on this cash crop.
Exactly, and that's the issue that I've got. There's 143 pages of paperwork that comes along with these rules and regulations. Could have been done in about 50 pages, right? But again, it seems like one of those things where we're eyeballing, somebody somehow they're doing this in the States, so we'll do it here. And I'm going, the States has more than 150,000 people on it, and we've erected all of these guardrails, and it's going to be difficult.
I mean, all we got to do
I want you and I to have our own brands, right? I want to be able to, I'm not a big smoker, but I'd like to have a little bit of Gibson Giggly.
Gibson Giggly.
What's a Malafunction brand of
like
weed?
Malafungus.
Malafungus,
not bad. So, but we don't got to look at the states, Ray. We just got to look up to the CNMI.
I got to spend $1,000 over at Daphne's place just to get the just to get the paper that says I'm the responsible individual, and then I got all these other licenses that I got.
So once you get that license, it's not like you could turn around and start selling your Gibson Giggly tomorrow, right? It doesn't really mean anything.
They've got prohibitions. They want to tell me how tall the chain link fence outside my building needs to be. What kind of security systems I have. And I'm going, guys, this is too much.
And so I think that a lot of people who may have been sitting on the fence about cannabis really got behind this because remember we were sold the idea that this was going to be part of economic diversification, right? And we're going to be bringing in tourists. I know that's a little bit problematic, but there are ways I think we can attract because the walls are falling, man. I mean, Thailand, it's
not
legal.
like they're only in Tumon anymore. I pass by tourists all the time. I sit at Moses, and hell, they better start coming up with a Korean menu over at Moses because half their customers are Korean now.
Right, they're going all over.
Exactly. I proposed the idea that the area from District Court all the way over to Governor's Office.
Green Light District.
Green, yes, the Green Mile, we'd call it.
Green Mile.
There'd be stores there. We'd have head shops hanging around there. We'd have restaurants, cafes.
But see, the problem is the rules and the regs don't allow for on-site consumption, which to me is a huge, like, what were you guys thinking?
Right?
I mean, isn't that the be-all, end-all of, I mean, you go to Amsterdam, you're consuming it in the cafe.
I go to a place where they make beer there, and I drink the beer right next to the machines that make the beer. I don't understand what the big deal is.
So, again, I think there's got to be a lot of doubling back and maybe amending the existing rules and regs.
There's a caller?
Yeah, it's Jack. He wants to talk to Chris.
Ask him a question.
Calls.
No calls.
Put him on the spot.
No. Set up.
It's Jack. Jack can call. I tell you what, Jack, got a couple of other people coming in next hour, but later on, scribble down the question or give it to Joe, and I'll be happy to we can WhatsApp the thing.
But on number 11, Jack.
I agree. There's it's a weird place to be day before the election. You don't know what kind of puddles you're going to step into and what's going to happen. But the amazing thing, I'll polish your shoe here for a second. Chris Barnett has been running like an unknown. You have been running like nobody ever heard of you. And I got a lot of respect for something like that because everybody says name recognition, shoe, and they're absolutely right about it. But you never took it for granted. I don't think you take one vote for granted.
No, and the reason why I didn't is because, when I sat down and had a conversation with some close friends of mine about my decision to run, and these are honest friends, right? One of them said, well, I don't know if the people of Guam look at you as a leader. And so I kind of took that to heart, and I said, well, I'm going to start from zero here, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to do everything that every other candidate has to do. I want to go out, I want to shake hands, I want to meet Tanana, I want to ask for the support of her and her family. And I think the primary election results really showed that kind of campaigning. And I think because we've been pent up with this COVID pandemic, a lot of people are really hungry and thirsty for that face-to-face interaction. And I'm really blessed that for the most part, I've been given a lot of good vibes to the people that go on for the last 25 years. So they're usually always happy to see me. So that kind of worked out too.
Well, the last thing is I'm also glad that you didn't kiss anybody's ass over in the Democratic Party.
Man, Ray, let me tell you, I didn't go to a single rally and both sides were really asking. Last night, though, I don't know if they got me on this one, but last night they said, hey, come to this Democrat Party candidate dinner. And I figured, it's 2 days before the election. Let me come out. And, I'm cool with a lot of the Democrat candidates, right? And so I went out, and then it ended up being, I don't want to say like a Lou and Josh thing, but of course, they're the heads of the party, right? And we took a nice picture, and I kind of had a thought this morning, like, if that turns into an endorsement ad, boy, I got some.
Hell to pay. Well,
right. But I took a picture of Governor Camacho. We were at an event, and this is kind of, to me, one of the signs of just how petty the politics has become. I was at a GHR event, and it was one of those, and I know Gov Camacho. He was walking by. I was walking by. He's like, hey, let's get a pic. And so we took a pic, right? And I was like, hey, I haven't even taken a pic with the Gov yet. And he's like, oh, don't worry, Chris, we're not going to post it. Of course, very next day, they posted it. And then I get these messages from some of my diehard Democrat friends like, this doesn't sit well with me. And I was like, hey, man. Picture's a picture.
I wish we had more time.
Me too.
Maybe after the election Thursday, Friday, come on back.
Definitely.
We'll talk about the rest of it. When you are bona fides with the Guam Election Commission, it's going to happen, Chris. It's going to happen, and I'll continue to support you.
Appreciate that.
I might have to every once in a while say I don't agree, or we're going to disagree.
I would
maybe
expect
on some
no
things.
less from you, my man.
But we'll keep the conversation going. I think that's the most important thing.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Love you. Have a good time.
Thank you, guys.
So
Number 11, Democrat Biba.
Biba, that's the quietest Biba I've ever heard from this.
That's it.
9 o'clock, here's Fox News.
Kathy Hochul, who's locked in a tight race with Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. New York Democratic Congressman Patrick Maloney on the strategy of his party.
What Democrats are going to do right now is we're going to go out and fight with everything we've got. For seniors who need cost capped in Medicare, for people worried about gun violence in our schools, for people who want to have a real plan to go forward together without the anger and the fear and the hatred, fighting for women's reproductive freedom and voting rights. Well, that's what we're going to do.
Maloney on NBC's Meet the Press. There are some extremely tight Senate races, including the one in Georgia.
The only way to avoid a runoff is voters to go out and vote. High voter turnout. And that is why you're seeing big crowds. You're seeing big names in these last few days on the trail here. Democrats took control of the Senate 2 years ago by flipping Georgia. So this is a crucial state. Herschel Walker has the momentum going into Election Day, having closed the gap with incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock.
Fox's Aisha Hosni in Hiram, Georgia. Georgia's seen a record number of early voters. Another close Senate race is the one in Pennsylvania between Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz. The latest Fox News power rankings show the race is a toss-up. America is listening to Fox News.
All too often, governments do too little in some areas, but too much in others. Felix and I want government to provide basic services and stay out of people's lives. Government overreach will not happen during our administration. The Camacho Ada team believes in 3 co-equal branches of government, not having one exert power over the others. For more information on our plans for government services, visit CamachoAdaforGuam.com. This will be a new season.
I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Ada.
We approve this message.
Hoffaday, I'm Frank Blas Jr. As a senator, I know full well the responsibility of having the weight of your worries on my shoulders. I also accept that I'll have to make decisions that are right but aren't popular. What matters is I do my best for you. This election, I ask for just one of your votes so I can continue to work on what concerns you most. I'm Frank Blas Jr., #1 Republican, and I thank you for listening. Paid for by Friends for Frank, Dave Morcilla, Treasurer.
Weather forecasters are keeping a close eye on a weather disturbance developing in the Caribbean.
This disturbance is down just around areas of Puerto Rico that we think is going to be some sort of a hybrid storm that is going to bring some impacts to the coastal areas of Florida sometime maybe Wednesday, but it's also going to bring very windy conditions and rough surf all up and down the eastern seaboard. So we're going to be watching for that, potentially getting some sort of a named system that could be impacting Florida, say Wednesday into Thursday. Lots of time to watch it, and that forecast is really uncertain.
Fox Chief Meteorologist Rick Reichmuth. 2 miners have been rescued after they were trapped underground for over a week. Fox's Richard Jordan has more.
The South Korean miners survived on instant coffee powder and water falling from the ceiling. The zinc mine in the town of Bunghwa in the eastern part of the country collapsed, leaving the men trapped for 9 days before they were rescued. Officials say in addition to the coffee and water, they built a fire in the shaft. Doctors found the 62 and 56-year-old miners suffered hypothermia and muscle pains, but both are in fairly good condition. South Korea's president called the rescue miracle-like, providing hope to South Koreans stricken by grief, an apparent reference to last week's Halloween festival stampede that killed 156 people. Richard Jordan, Fox News.
A newcomer outruns the rest in the New York City Marathon.
The first time is the best time. Kara Lokedi in her 5-borough debut, her 26.2 debut is the champion of the TCS New York City Marathon.
Fellow Kenyan Evans Chebet winning the men's race. This week's total lunar eclipse is the last one for 3 years. Tuesday's eclipse will be visible throughout North America in the pre-dawn hours. At the peak, the moon will be more than 242,000 miles away. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Attention federal employees and annuitants, GovGuam employees, GCA members, and Take Care members. A free open to the public health fair is every Saturday, November 5th to December 10th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall. Learn more about Take Care's 2023 health plan offerings, wellness programs, provider network and fitness partner information, and much more. Free health screenings by FHP. Visit TakeCareAsia.com. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Under Felix Camacho's leadership, 90% of the lands administered by the Ancestral Lands Commission were returned to their original landowners. Felix Camacho, when elected as governor, and Jim Moylan, when elected to Congress, will work together to ensure that excess lands are once again returned to their original landowners. On Election Day, please vote Republican.
Evelyn G. Casil, Treasurer.
Wouldn't you like your car to use 40% less gas? The new Ukudu generator and more solar energy will use less oil and lower your power bill. I want to make sure that happens. I'm Simon Sanchez, I'm running for the CCU, and I approve this message.
Half a day, I'm Senator Chris Dueñas. We've gone from a viral pandemic to a drug epidemic. It is time to stand up the multi-agency unified law enforcement group to stem the flow of drugs and combat crime with force. Maulik is not just another task force, it is a program focused on stopping the distribution of meth and opioids, as well as placing enough police officers patrolling our streets. It is time to make Guam Maulik again.
Re-elect Senator Chris Dueñas. The fight continues.
I am Chris Dueñas, and I approve this message.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. Throughout this campaign, I've been presenting my plans to reduce inflation, rebuild our tourism industry, and fight the crystal meth and crime problems plaguing our island. Our government can do more to lift the burdens facing our families. If elected, I will be ready on day one to get to work to help make Guam safe again and urgently rebuild our economy. I humbly ask you, please vote Jesse Anderson Lujan, number 7, Republican. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
What is it, 7 after 9? Something like that? Half a day. It's the Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by the guys over at fix there. APL American President Lines Global Presence with a local home. And Wendy's, right? I got to do Wendy's. I got to tell everybody about the new, they have got something that you're going to go crazy for. It's the $4 breakfast deal. You choose between bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, or sausage, egg, and a Swiss croissant. You get a small seasoned potatoes for just $4. Fresh cracked eggs, oven baked bacon, savory sausage, says or savory sausage, and hot and crispy potatoes. You won't want to put it down. Tell you what, at this price, buy 2 of them. Get one with one configuration and the other one with the other. And then you're going to eat really, really good. It's got it all. It's only $4. Behind every great deal at Wendy's is an even greater breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
So excited. I'm getting like a schoolgirl here with anticipation of what tomorrow is going to be like, but even more, what Wednesday is going to be like. That's the part that's going to be fun. I mean, we've done, the election conversations and been the guy in talk radio all morning long, talking to the phone bankers or whatever. And thankfully, they don't call here. I love the ones that, hey, boy, I tell you, I used to be a Republican. I was hardcore Republican, but I don't like the things the Republicans are doing, so I'm going to be all in from now on. Okay, fine, you and your fake voice. Go ahead and join them for whatever it's worth. But I always thought it was kind of interesting, and I've noticed over the years that the phone bankers have tapered off. Maybe they realize that there's a very limited impact that those people are going to have, and that's fine because it frees me up to spend more time either talking with the candidates or talking about the candidates or trying to sort out where everything is. I will make a point. I've already gotten it twice in my WhatsApp. It's one of those. It's forwarded many times, and it's a video. It's a video. You know the video that I did with Governor Lou. The You Have No Say video, right? The one that I remixed.
Yeah,
I did that. But there's a new remix of it out there, and it's Lou, and they every other frame is a Hitler, and I'm going, yeah, I don't think I'm going there. Thanks very much for sending that in, but I don't think I'm going there because she's many things, and I've never ever been really, really happy about the decisions that were made to curb my activities, to treat me like I was on restriction for something during the COVID-19 times, considering I didn't have COVID. I got it once. That's it. And near as I can tell, I got it once, and it was no worse than any other flu that I've had. In fact, it was milder than the flu that I ended up with later in this year. I thought it was, I popped a Tylenol and I think I was done. I did whine a little bit though. There were a couple of whiny moments.
A little bit, dude.
Yeah. Well,
gotta play back the tape, man. It's on demand.
Did I? Because it
video
was
on demand.
The one where I'm telling everybody about. I don't feel good enough to do a whole 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I remember that, man.
Yeah,
Great
so
days.
I bagged on that Tuesday.
It's great days, man. I remember those.
Yeah, but and so everybody's like, "Are you going to stay there?" Well, it was also at the urging of other people. There are people in my family going, I can't believe that you're really going to stay there. You're really going to work here."
Yeah, you're killing us, Ray.
Yes, but then as it turned out, right, the people that were passing around the COVID-19, that were vaccinated.
It was them, man.
I'm sitting around going, that's what's going on. You get these people that are vaccinated, and they're rolling around in all the bars and restaurants and having a good time, and now everybody's got COVID-19.
Tombstone courage.
As opposed to me, just kind of just minding my own business. I don't know. But anyway, so, I might not. And the thing with the roadblocks is never crazy about that. And I hated the idea that many of my favorite bars and restaurants I couldn't go into, or they were closed, shut down for the day. And so I've had issues with that, but I don't know that I'd compare her with Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, of course not.
I think
come on, that's extreme.
Yeah.
What do you think they should do? Should they do like a gender reveal?
The worst part is the vid's not even funny. There needs to be some humor built into the thing here. So I did, and I posted it for a very, very short amount of time yesterday. I went through the video dump on my phone Every iPhone has, you go to the albums and then you scroll down and then there's like, panoramas or live videos or videos. And I went through that and I started with a comment that she had made, and I might finish it today and then put it back out. But it started with comments that she had made among a medical group in early 2020 where she was talking about, wash your hands. What are these? 10 fingers. Wash your hands. And I sing row, row, row your boat twice while I'm washing my hands. I remember my comment when I played that on the air. I said, oh, my God, we're doomed. And then there was another video where she was talking about how the truth trumps fear. And I thought, well, that's good. And then she started telling the truth as I understood it about COVID-19 at that time. It was individuals with comorbidities and people of a certain age and what we knew about kids, what we knew about it's all of those things that, as it turns out, over the great by and by and the great arc, the story arc of COVID-19, ended up to be truer than anything else that we got from anybody else. People that were actively surveilling this in China and already had a significant amount of data saying this is what it's going to be. It's not going to be as scary as everybody tells us it was going to be. And then what was the next thing that they did? They went and acted as though this was going to be Ebola. And it was going to wipe out populations, entire populations, unless we did something. Anyway, so that's in there, and it ended up being about 20 minutes worth of videos, Governor Lou's videos, and then other videos of the homeless that we've got here, videos of some pretty horrific criminal events that took place that there is video of, and I wanted to wrap it all up and say this was life under Lou. And I put it up, and it might have been on Facebook for, I don't know, all of 20 minutes. And I took it down out of a moment of compassion, I suppose, for some of the people that were in the video. And I could not justify it to myself to victimize them more for the plight that they are going through just to make a political point. So I might put some of that stuff back up. I might not. We'll just have to wait and see. And I know, and there's people excited, and I get it. We're going to see if we can make some political points against the administration by tying them in with Hitler, right? A real tyrant.
Yeah.
I'm going, yeah. That's a stretch, and it's a ridiculous sketch, and so I'm going to count myself out on that one. You're asking me, and don't ask me to forward it either, because I'm just going to leave it lie. 888-8255-888-TALK, and there's other that we can think about, and maybe this will be one of those elections where you and I'm going to pick up the phone now, where Jack and I will wake up on Wednesday morning and go, well, we didn't get all of the people that we wanted in, but we got a bunch of the people that we wanted in. I'm hoping that, north of about 40,000 people will go out and vote tomorrow, just because. And maybe that will shift the balance. What do you think, Jack?
Well, I don't know, man. You got to take into consideration that a lot of people left the island. So, and then another thing is, I'm not a phone banker.
No. Yeah. Chris didn't want to take any calls, and I know that.
Yeah.
I understand that
why.
pressure.
I understand why. Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, anyways, Governor Lou is definitely not Hitler. Governor Lou has a nicer mustache than Hitler. So
he got a nicer what?
Mustache.
Oh. Oh my God!
I just
can we just you know what? I've seen videos of Hitler, but I've never seen Hitler do the cha-cha slide.
There you go. But anyways, the main you're pointing on about what happened during the Wuhan virus, and that's the question that you should have asked Chris, because that guy was a pusher, man. That guy, I couldn't recognize. I watched it on YouTube. I couldn't recognize him without his face shield and his mask. And I said, wow, that's how he looks. I said, okay.
It's interesting that you asked that. Honestly, I've never had the opportunity to ask him that question, but you're right. It's in the top 5 things that I'm curious about, and I've never asked Sabrina that question either. But I understand that there was drama over that, and I don't know who was doing what.
He was a great pusher for the vaccination and the mask and the children's mask. And he was a great pusher that those of us who were unvaxxed were vectors and were the problems. So, if you can't, I don't know whether it was Vanderkamp or Von Klosch, Vanderkamp, the guy that makes the beans, the pork and beans, whether it was him or Von Klosch that said politics is another way of war. And so how do you conduct yourself in war? This past, with the COVID and the Wuhan, that was war. And that's how real people act during real situations, during crisis. And that guy was totally on the wrong side of the equation. And he was denigrating us who are unvaxxed. He was pushing, and if you can't get, and he talks about science and getting the science right, you couldn't get it right during the Wuhan virus. What makes you think we're going to trust you with the mess? You know?
Interesting.
So these are important questions. We've been through war, That was war for us unvaxxed, for us non-vaxxed. And for them to denigrate us and to, hey, it's all water under the bridge, that doesn't matter.
No, I'm certainly not making any water under the bridge. I just know who I'm going to be not voting for in this. And as a member of the sidelines media, there were times where I thought, yeah, he needed to sit on my side of the table a little bit more. But I also did see him on more than one occasion. I want to say it was, didn't they give him a hard time over at the governor's office because he kept pushing on the governor on, I can't remember what the issue was. But they had
the governor because the lieutenant governor wasn't more involved with what was going on with the Wuhan virus.
I don't know if that was it.
Executive order.
I'd have to dig it out.
But media during the beginning saying, why isn't Josh doing more? And because of law and because of how our structure of government and the executive branch is dealt with, the lieutenant governor, his only responsibility is for the seal and collating papers and stuff like that. So even with these debates and stuff, it makes no sense why the lieutenant governor would be up there in the debates. This is an issue between the governor and the potential governor and those who are running for office and what they're going to do. If that was the case, we would have every senator with their chief of staff up there and their press secretary up there. But no, we want to hear from who's going to be in charge, and who's going to be in charge is the executive. The only person that should have been up there would have been Mike Nicholas, the governor, both governors. And so I don't really get this, and I'm just tired of the familial relationships, because how real things are done. Yes, money talks and stuff like that, but when the crisis come, and we were in a crisis, don't forget how those people treated us. Don't forget how they treated you. And even for the
I didn't forget.
Department of Education, the board, those guys putting masks on our children. My son graduated a long time, back in 2018. But I feel for that generation that we probably lost during those 2 years, and it was those people that are still running for the board that had their fingers dented in it. And let's not forget, John Fernandez was part of that. So before you start handing out accolades, let's get the tally done. How bad did we do on the act? How bad did we do in the standardized testing of these kids for the past 2 years? And so there's a lot of blame to go, and yes, we need change. But let's not forget, I am so broke right now that Vince Borja gave me his pillow. So, let's do it. Let's get this thing right. Let's get out there. And I hope by the end of this election we do away with this early voting, because this really is a problem. Like you said, it comes down to the finish line, and, you have to be sure. And a lot of people that went early voting, they weren't going to change their mind. But if you were going to tally it up, a lot of those early voters were Democrats. And you can't have a policy in place that favors one party. It has to be fair all around.
Well, everybody was allowed to go and early vote. I don't remember there being a prohibition.
No.
I don't remember saying, Weston's only the Democrats.
But by the numbers, Democrats liberals outweigh conservatives. So, I just be smart. And again, as always, I just ask for one scam Democrat write-in and one rhino write-in, just to send a message to these parties that, we, the base, we require some responsibilities and some changes in our government, and and that's how we're going to vote. So.
We'll work it. I'll
I'll
try to remember to save you a couple of write-in spots. 922.
Right,
Jack on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888-TALK. I don't know. Do I grab Chris's neck because he wore a mask on TV?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know. Look, never occurred to me. I always thought it was kind of interesting. I thought it made the station more difficult to listen to on the few times that I had an opportunity to hear what was going on over there. But I don't know that it was an actual position. And they put that show on the air primarily to cover COVID-19. So what are you doing? I mean, if you're covering COVID-19 and the deal is they're giving out awards for people that got vaccinated, I guess you report on that. If you want to provide the editorial commentary, if you want to be the commentator, then you've got to do that. And trust me, sometimes being a commentator and somebody that has to wake up in the morning and have an opinion on something by 6 o'clock, your opinion's not always going to roll right with those in charge. And after a while, they just don't return the call anymore. And after a while, they don't think that they're going to get a fair shake here, so they don't call. And that's the risk that you got to take. 923 in the Ray Gibson Show. Have not yet had a chance to take a look at everybody on the Facebook side. YouTube side busy. Michael Lender asking, has anyone heard about the emergency being extended? Yeah, I heard about it. You know how I heard about it? I had to ask Crystal Paco San Augustine Saturday night at 9 o'clock, hey, have we extended the public health emergency? Because it's supposed to expire. And she said, oh, yeah. When? And she sends me the executive order, and I'm going, thanks very much. Hate to bother you on a Saturday night. Probably singing over at the Deucet. She's so good. But I'm going, well, when were you going to tell everybody? Normally those things come out with a press release. Or part of a JIT report. Now. I was like, the hell, you guys? Yeah. Like the last 3 extensions, it's had to come down to. But I was annoyed with that, and again, I'm gonna take a dig at my brothers and sisters in the media. You guys are lazy. Why did not you on Friday morning start making phone calls to the administration asking what's up with the extension? Slackers. So I got people telling me, yeah, I heard about it from Ray Gibson's Facebook post or his Instagram post. You know, some people will post pictures of themselves in like bikinis or like strongman outfits or whatever. Not me. Yeah, I know what Instagram is for. It's for posting government executive orders. But that's the deal. No problem, Mike. That's what's happening. So it will expire on December the 6th. And then it's probably going to get renewed again to expire in concert with the expected expiration of the federal public health emergency, which is scheduled to, it all goes down January the 11th of 2023, at which point federal government ain't going to be sending over buckets of money to the states and territories to include SNAP benefits and whatever else we're spending dough on. Are we still buying go-karts? Not golf carts.
Yes, of course.
Still buying, how about
always a need, Ray.
For the golf cart. You know, I kind of ruined that DHE, the Department of Environmental Health hat that Jay Rojas gave me. Maybe another one down the road. I was thinking about voting for Chris as Daranathon Arkantos 671. But after he took number 2 in the Democratic primary and how he's polling, I don't think he needs my help, him or Speaker Terlahi. I think there's going to be some interesting surprises when he gets elected. Out of an abundance of caution, we're extending the PHE another month. Basically, you have no say, says JW, the Jewish redneck prepper, saying shalom. Utah Johnny online. Utah Johnny, I don't think he's in Utah anymore. I think today he is hanging out I think he's in Vegas. I think what he sent earlier.
Show.
Well, no, it's not the underwear supermodel convention.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it's something else. I think it was like cars burning out or something like that. Ginger Cruz checking the facts is like asking Joy Blowhard for facts. This ad for the Red Queen cherry picks facts ever since. I'm not going to tell you who, but as they make a claim in one of those ads, and one of the people with some significant institutional knowledge on one of the claims is asking for a copy of it. They're like, whoa, are they? Why are they saying they did that? They didn't do that. They're not the ones. It happened while they were in office, but it's not them. Let me see who's playing around on the Facebooks that I haven't looked at in a while. Pam Duvall, Dave Dinsman, Blanca Flor, Rico's online, Charles Craw, and Big Sister Shelley. There's MP Ogo. Breakaway Guam and Saipan is watching the show. Who's that, Real Joe? Right click.
Saipan.
Well, it says Breakaway Guam and Saipan. I got Jan Guevara, Winnie Flores, Lou Menjola, Henry Menglotnia, Buenas Navide to beautiful Sarita Garin, Tracy Perez back, Chris Barnes, Elaine Duenas Yudzoa, Tommy Bernardo, Marvin Francisco, Ellen Leon Guerrero says, I'll vote for Lou if she makes a public statement admitting they managed the pandemic wrong and apologizes. TikTok, countdown to the polls. Who else is there? Cousin Freddie Berdalio. I've observed great acting of some pretending they know about crime fighting, yet never spent a day in uniform like I have for over 29 years investigating and arresting criminals that victimize our community. Cousin Fred, if you don't make it in the election, go back to work with Paulie and some of the old mossbacks from GPD.
Yeah.
That's what bring back, the guys like that from that generation, the cool guys from the 1980s.
Yeah, those are the mean ones.
Willie Chili Man Brennan.
Oh, boy.
He's the guy. You know what he did one day? He actually captured, there was an escaped criminal. I want to say a Tysapic or something like that, right? And this guy had been on the lam for a couple of days, but they had a spotting at the Agana Shopping Center. And, Willie Chili Man Brennan, and I'm the only guy that's allowed to call him that. Yeah, was able to run after this guy and tackle him to the ground. And unfortunately, it's back in the day where not everybody had a cell phone with a camera in it, right?
Yeah.
Because I would have loved to have seen something like that. There's a whole bunch of guys in the old force, probably still got the mojo, right? That could do it again. Just, but legendary characters of the Guam Police Department. Who else is there? Cousin Fred, Ed Cepeda, Dave Rowley. Judy Takadina is watching the program. Right-click on that. My Family, My Life is watching. There's Tim Flores, Nate Horn, Dale Audette. Tim says, I'll vote for Ray and Joe. Oh, by all means. Look, if by some miracle you get all 15 Republicans, going to grab me a couple of Republicans, grab me a couple of Democrats. Oh, yeah. I got all 15 spots filled in my dance card. Well, write me in for something. Attorney General. I could be the Attorney General. Yeah.
You could do that.
Don't write me in for Congress. I want you to give your vote to, I can't say that.
The hangman.
No, that's an endorsement.
Ray Gibson, the hangman.
Again, I can't. So, but if you got an extra vote, go ahead and write me and Real Joe in for something. I
have a record, Ray. I can't.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have a record, too.
I have a record.
Saturday Night Fever and Thank God It's Friday. Very, very rare Thank God It's Friday.
Crime of moral turpitude.
Right. No, was I there, too?
No, you weren't.
How did that happen? How is it possible that there was moral turpitude there and I was not surrounding you? So my name is Ray Gibson, and I'm a finder. I find things. That's my gig. That's my role. That's my job. And a couple of weeks ago, Mayumi and I were at Stack's, and I saw this little thing. It looked like looked like it came off a designer bag, right? And I'm like, what's that? And Mayumi looks at it and says, oh, that's for those shoes, the Croc shoes.
Oh, yeah.
And they got these little things that fit in the little holes in the Croc shoes.
Gibbets.
They're called gibbets. So
I don't know why.
So I gave the thing that I found at Stack's to Real Joe for his boy.
Thank you.
And then I'm walking around the Hyatt and I look down on the ground and there's another one, but it looks like the Yours lemon powder can, right? So that one goes on your.
I get all the treasure that Ray finds.
What I give jewelry to my daughter.
Keep it in a box.
9:30. Junk from Uncle Ray. Gotcha. Bottom of the hour. We probably need to take a break. Wait. Gonna give others a chance. Gonna cross over tomorrow, says My Family, My Life. Well, here's the thing. My Family, My Life, and I think I know who you are, is we grew up, and this is the thought that I'll keep in my head as I go to the polls. We grew up in a Guam that kicked ass. We were awesome. This place was terrific. It seemed like every other week there was a new cool business that was opening. And, you know, when I grew up, there was like one movie theater, and then we got the half-a-day theaters, and then we got the mall theaters. It was so cool. When I grew up, you know, there were a couple of cool hotels, and they've been joined by other cool hotels down in Tumon. And I know there's some people say, hey, it's overcrowded, too city in Tumon. You know, not everybody did anything with that. And, you know, the people that had the biggest stake in land down in Tumon, you know what they did? They sold it and split. That's what they did. So, you know, we grew up in a pretty interesting time and a place for Guam, and I worry as I drive around now with my eyes wide open. And I see the crime, and I see the homeless, and I see the junk vehicles that nobody can be bothered to pick up. There's another one right across from Payless in Mighty. Right? And I'm wondering how long it's going to be before somebody last name Calvo calls somebody last name Paco and says, get that thing out of here. And will that make a difference?
That's on the airport, Ray.
That's right. Airport site. Who's the mayor of the airport? But it might come down to that, where you got to have somebody with a big important name like Calvo to call up and say, get rid of that thing. It's making our place look like a slum. Well, it's going to get moved to some place that's already a slum. I don't know. So I want to vote for it. I guess the long and short of this is, when you go to the polls tomorrow, or you're dreaming about it tonight, these are the thoughts that I want in your head, is give our kids and grandkids and our great-grandkids, who maybe I'll never even meet, but give them a chance at growing up in a place like Guam was in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and pretty good part of the 90s. You know what I mean?
God, we're so lucky.
Man. We're kings, man. We're kings. In fact, you go to Kings. 2 o'clock in the morning after the bars close. You still chase around that girl that you were chasing around at Captain's all night long. Yeah. You always had that one last, well, you know what? Maybe it can happen over a bowl of King Simon.
You're right, man.
Right? Or a French dip.
Mr. Alcorn, always there.
French
Never
dip
leaves.
over it. That was my driver.
The French dip was the best, Ray. Oh, my God.
His mouth's all broken. I better take a break. Be right back.
Half a day. I'm Amanda Shelton. It's been my greatest honor to serve as your senator. We've been able to accomplish so much during this time for our Manamku and our Manhoban. And as we turn the corner of the pandemic, I remain inspired by our island's strength and will continue serving in ways that uplift and empower our people. I humbly ask for one of your votes this election. Siduas Maasi.
Paid for by the committee to elect Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat, Johnny Coulter, Treasurer.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. Throughout this campaign, I've been presenting my plans to reduce inflation, rebuild our tourism industry, and fight the crystal meth and crime problems plaguing our island. Our government can do more to lift the burdens facing our families. If elected, I will be ready on day one to get to work to help make Guam safe again and urgently rebuild our economy. I humbly ask you, please vote Jesse Anderson Lujan, number 7, Republican. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
As our island economy collapsed during the pandemic, the Bank of Guam's stock value increased from $8 to $14. This increased Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's personal wealth by over $23 million. Meanwhile, our schools continue to crumble. Our public swimming pools remain closed, and so many of our families are struggling to make ends meet. On Election Day, please vote Republican.
Evelyn G. Casil, Treasurer.
Buenas, and half a day. Guahu si Luleon Guerrero, malalagudzu talu pa gobyerno. Zaho mas mona para tanat lamolik inilatlata. Malagudzu para bil hatsain rebu nispitata, para tanat lamolik isquilata, dan para tanat lasatbi I familiata, I businesta, dan italanta mona. Estima mailan na November 8, por favor, botahaman si Jars. The Malaguzu gini mastadong gikrasonu na yamzun donku na si Zeus Masi ni support pinmizu. The Mala tafandanya para tanat lamulik nila lata mona para ifamilata para ifamago onta dan ifamago unia si Zeus Masi.
I'm Lou Leon Guerrero and I approve this message.
Tony Babauta and the Democratic Party of Lou, and is not in concert with the chapter and verse, what was it, chapter 17, verse 3 of the Guam Code annotated as far as what is required by public law to be in the ads. I think the only one that we're running is that might be faithful to that law. It might be the Frank Bloss ad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's at 9:37. What again? Dave Rowley. Ellen says, my ears are hurting. Pam says, why did the voter cross over the ballot? Because it was tired of siding with chickens. Ouch. Tim Flores, kids nowadays don't know what they're missing out on. Growing up back then was the shiz. Absolutely. Oh, my God. No,
wow,
I can say
Ray
that.
scared me,
Did
man.
I? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, it's kind of crazy. But, you know, you think about, again, all of the crap that we had that the kids don't have today. This is another one of those, my God, we live like kings. We had Skateland. Do I need to go further than that? And it was, God, we even had a Dededo Theater that played like Disney stuff on Saturday morning and then Caligula Saturday night. That's the kind of town that we grew up in.
We had Johnson Theater.
We had Johnson Theater. You got to go back in time. You know what? You can go to the library, and the library has all of the old Pacific Daily News, fact from when it was the Guam Daily News, and they've got them in these big books, and you can go back and stroll through and see some of the headlines. And I might also say some really real journalism from back in those days that found their way to the newspaper. But you know, like anything else, the real fun is not necessarily reading the news from back in the day, as much as it was going through and looking at advertisements for some of the great businesses that we used to have, like your Skateland, and then there was a time we couldn't get up there often enough. But my mother hated driving anywhere past Tamuning.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mom,
it's a 3-hour drive.
Yeah,
right?
it's, me and my friends, we got a field. We're going to Saturday. It's a birthday party for my friend Rudy over at Skateland. We'll go with Rudy's mom. She's busy. Rudy's mom was a treasure. She's busy. We'll go with Ron's mom. You know, anybody but me, because I don't want to drive anywhere north of Tamuning. She was great about that. Mom, we're going to go watch the Sound of Music over at the Dededo Theater. No, we're not. Not going up to Dededo.
They didn't have transit back then, huh? Mass transit.
You know what they had? It was, they had, I want to say it was and I was a big fan of the Planet of the Apes series, the movie series. A lot of people don't even know they made more Planet of the Apes after the first Planet of the Apes, but they did. And I was a big fan of that stuff. And unfortunately, they played the movies played at the Dededo Theater because they figured it was for kids, so they put it up there with the Disney stuff. And so you could not go and watch that, you know, unless you could get somebody to drive you. Then the worst part was we also had an Aganya Theater. There was an Aganya Theater.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
GCIC building.
Right next to the GCIC building. We had that place. We had cool clubs. And it was bomb growing up back then. But yeah, and we didn't, you know, I don't want to sound like, you know, the old cliche. You know, you'd leave your door open. But I don't remember Grandma's door getting locked until it was time to go to sleep. Because you never knew when Uncle so-and-so was going to swing by or whatever. I don't remember during the day. The Grandma's house door was open all the damn time. It wasn't until, it wasn't until after the triple murders down in Assen that...
oh, yeah.
The people... Yeah,
days.
that was the one where, you know, a lot of people started really, really becoming concerned. And, you know, back in the old days, you could pull up to a spot in Tumon. I'm fond of telling youngsters about this. Youngsters, and by youngsters, I mean anybody younger than me. But you could pull up to a spot in Tumon anytime, day or night, and you'd leave the keys either in the ignition or on the floor. And that was it. You'd go swim, frolic, barbecue, play, walk up and down the thing, and everything that was in the car when you were there, when you left it, was still there when you came back. Everybody back in those days, everybody had a respect for other people's property. It was cool, Tim, and the kids, unfortunately, are growing up in a world where, you know, it seems to be more fun to be a thief, more fun to be a junkie, more fun to be breaking stuff. Ellen LG bought cigarettes at the vending machines at the theater, smoking them on the second floor balcony. Man, Ellen, great memory. Were you one of those people that would flick them over the balcony into the audience downstairs? We didn't lock doors back then.
Smoking.
Carol Ann Prune for Tough on Criminals AG will not let the law-abiding people down. And I think that's the other thing. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for here, but I want to vote for people that I know that are going to be tough on crime. We have been too soft on them. We've got legislators that their names are on the ballots right now. We've got legislators that, trust me, are trying to figure out ways to hamper you, but make things easier for the druggies that we've got around here. And we've got to find people that will treat the thuggies the same way that Sister treated us when we were misbehaving in the classrooms. Joe D's on there. Let me see. Ziamora Pablo online. Right?
Right click.
Real Joe, right? Real click.
I got it.
Right, Joe?
Yeah, right, Joe.
Yeah, okay, good. Dave Duenas, Biba, Ellen says my ears. That's just talking about the ad. That's the biggest thing. Back then was respect. Was a given. Practically everyone knew everyone, especially in the village. When one last thing before I jump out of this riff here is I always, to the degree that I behave myself now, because there are surveillance cameras everywhere, like Teray. Back in olden days when I was a kid, I, for the most part, behaved myself, unless I was with my cousin Johnny, because everybody in the village, any village that we were in, knew my mother, knew my father, knew my grandparents, knew my uncle, and if I got out of line anywhere, 472-6570, call Mariana Sales, tell Tanana Underwood that her boy keeps stealing the mangoes off my tree. That's not my boy. That's my grandson. It's the same thing. And there'd be hell to pay when I came home, as long as, but it was easier if I brought extra mangoes for everybody else in the family. 9:44, Ray Gibson Show. What do we got here? News coming up from Fox, maybe more on the brouhaha between Joe Manchin, Democrat from West Virginia, who has slammed President Biden's comments in California. He said they were going to be shutting down power plants that burn coal, says that are outrageous, and Biden is divorced from reality. Biden actually said this: we're going to be shutting these plants down all across America and having wind and solar. Yay for wind and solar. That's going to solve all of our problems in another 50 years, but I don't think it's going to be ready for prime time just yet. 9:45. I'll take a break and come back here.
Who's better in a crisis? Let's look at the facts. COVID surpassed the Spanish flu of 1918 as the deadliest virus in the world. More than 400 souls lost their lives on Guam. Lou and Josh knew decisive action was the key to save lives. They pulled together doctors and experts, launching one of the best response plans in the nation. Guam's vaccination rate, 98%, better than any state. Pausing large gatherings and mandating masks during the deadliest strains potentially saved 2,500 lives. Emergency powers allowed the quick stand-up of quarantines and access to federal dollars. They built an unemployment program in mere weeks, sending $900 million to those who lost jobs. Another $290 million went to Guam businesses. Now the masks are off and recovery is well underway. When it comes to a crisis, you know you can trust Lou and Josh to keep us moving forward.
This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, and I approve this message.
Pacific Points is more rewarding with friends. Get 100 bonus points for every friend you refer that signs up and earns points. Both you and your friends will enjoy awesome perks like discounts on Shell fuel, rebates on your IT&E bills, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. Plus, earn more points to upgrade your membership tier and enjoy even more exclusive rewards. Learn more at PacificPoints.com. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Camacho Ada approach to reviving Guam's economy stands on our 7 pillars of opportunity. Business development is central to our platform. Tony and I are both businessmen who know the role that government should play in encouraging and supporting economic growth. For more information on how we will help our economy rebuild and prosper, please visit CamachoAdaforGuam.com. Taking care of business and opportunity. This will be a new season. I'm Felix Camacho.
I'm Tony Ada.
We approve this message.
Lower power bills. Protect our ocean and aquifer. I want to make sure this happens. On Election Day, I ask for just one of your 3 votes for the CCU so we can continue our progress. I'm Simon Sanchez, and I approve this message.
Vince Borja epitomizes determination. His family was so poor that he received his first pillow when he joined the Army. Vince went from extreme poverty to obtaining a master's degree, becoming a non-commissioned officer in the Army, working for a Fortune 500 company, and becoming an entrepreneur. Vince even gave up his job as a professor so he could run and serve his people. You cannot teach grit and determination. With Vince Borja, you don't have to. It's in his DNA. So is leadership. Vote Vince Borja for senator. Determination has a name.
My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Wow. It's an interesting piece of research that has been conducted by the Benenson Strategy Group pollsters. And one of the questions that they were asking is, among registered voters, how many of you believe that the federal government is controlled by a secret cabal? The number will floor you. The number will floor. 44%, almost half of registered voters believe that the federal government of the United States, maybe the world government, maybe the world period, is run by a secret cabal, a bunch of guys that get together in Geneva every couple of years, you know, as a total secret society, and they wear these masks on, and they've got all kinds of bizarre rituals, and they get in there and decide, you know what, we're going to invent the internet now. And,
the Freemasons, Ray.
Yeah, right? Is Guam run by a secret cabal?
Oh, yeah.
Are there forces there that you and I could not even begin to comprehend? What do you think, Mark?
I don't think it's that secret. There's a lot of documentaries or exposés that talk about who they think runs the show.
And so the elections.
I was calling you about Aganya.
Wait, hold on, because the elections then are just the appearance. It's just a sham to give you the appearance, the feeling like you're in control.
No, not really, because if that was true, then Trump wouldn't have won.
In the first place. Well, every once in a while, you gotta throw in something there to keep the natives unrestless, I suppose. So what about Aganya?
Oh, no. Well, first I was going to talk to you, when you said call Mariana Sales, and I was going to talk to you about how great Aganya was when we were younger and we could ride our bikes. You could leave your bike on the side, outside of the house and not worry about it disappearing.
Uh-huh.
And, great memories of when we were younger back then. But the one thing I wanted to call you about was the first ad you ran was Ginger talking about, loose thing. But if we got $1.3 billion from the federal government and they spent $900 and $290, which is 1.19, it doesn't add up that she still has $300 or $400 million in the bank waiting for the hospital.
Mm.
I don't know the number. Well, I'm sure there is an explanation as to why it doesn't add up, but it just. Those were the numbers that clicked in my head.
Well, we're just playing around with large numbers. Why bother with the accuracy here? I think there were a lot of stretches, if you will, in that same. If we're talking about the same ad, I think there's a lot of stretching in there. And if I could use the word gaslight, I think that would be an adequate word to describe some of the things that they were talking about in there. Decisive actions, curbing the movement that saved up to 2,500 people. That was the BS that came out of the very first conversations about the lethality of COVID-19. They said we were going to lose people in the thousands here, and it's terrible that we lost 400 souls to COVID-19. But it ain't Ebola, baby, and it it seemed to me that we knew that it was an Ebola baby fairly early in the process. So we should have seen earlier than we became accustomed to who the targets of COVID-19 were, and better prepare to take care of those guys, as opposed to locking down all these businesses and roadblocks and shutting down bars and restaurants.
The other thing
none of it made any sense,
the other
Mark.
ad. Yeah, no, the other ad that they had where they're bragging about how Felix only had 6 pounds of meth busted, and they've got 600 or something like that.
Yeah, what does that tell you?
But well, no, what it tells you is that the street value is way lower than when Felix was in. So there's a big supply still out there if the street value is as low as it's ever been.
So I'd seen that ad, and I keep meaning to talk about it on the air because I'm going, this is not a good thing to have. The number of arrests are up because we've got more criminals. The number of pounds that they're seizing is out there because the criminals know that nothing's going to happen to them here. So it's just priming the market. That's why, I mean, even the little bits that we are catching through all of this stuff, it's coming through in much larger numbers than we had when Felix Camacho was the governor of Guam. The problem has gotten worse over the years, not better. And to make claim and to claim that you're handling it better, I think is ridiculous. I think that's a very poorly thought out ad. On the other hand, there's a lot of people that ain't gonna bother to give the 2 minutes needed for the critical thought to determine that it's not a good ad.
Yeah, and then the one where they're comparing it with the Spanish flu. I haven't done the math, but there was a lot less people on Earth back then, so they really need to compare the fatalities to the world population too. So I'll look at that later when I have some time. But
you and Boris Hertzlet get together on the numbers and let me know what you guys come up with.
Yeah, Boris is probably better.
Oh yeah, well once he puts something out, I consider it fact. I don't know. It's funny. I remember starting the project of keeping a database, keeping a spreadsheet of all of the numbers that we got, and I remember extending it, and it's hundreds of days now into the thing, and I wonder if there's anybody that's got the comprehensive database of where we were with the daily numbers of hospitalized, numbers that got sick, numbers that had recovered, that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, the other thing that I wanted to look at was, speaking of Boris, I love how his dad likes trolling everybody.
Yes. Hey, you're in the construction game. My buddy Dean Bates, I saw a picture of him in the media, in social media over the weekend, and him and his beautiful wife are standing there holding this award that it's got an eagle on it, the size of an eagle. Do you know what that might have been?
The Guam Contractors Association has the Excellence in Construction competition every year, and you have different categories like infrastructure, 10 million to 100 million, electrical, and it has different disciplines with different contract amounts. And so he probably won one of those because the eagle is the category winner, and then there's another smaller one that means you're a merit winner, which means you applied to, or you submitted basically what you do is you submit your project and it has to meet certain criteria and you're given points, and it's out of 100. So he probably got really close to 100. And he won that category.
Oh, congratulations, Dean! Way to go! And he's a nice guy, which is you got that to boot. Don't you hate it when somebody wins a major prize but they're a jerk? Not him. 9:55. Hey, I got to run. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
All right, last couple of minutes of the Ray Gibson Show before the rest of the day. I imagine it might be an interesting Tall Tales with Bob Klitsky this afternoon, day before the election. What do you think?
Oh, man, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of cow tipping. I think there might be some cow tippings between now and that eclipse, brother.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I got my fingers crossed. We'll see how things play out. You know, I know how I think. I know how I vote, and I'd like to think that there were other people that will put the same thought into who they are going to be supporting in this election. And maybe we'll get kind of the change that I think we deserve around here. I don't know about you. Well, no, I do know about you because you and I have protested in the same places. You and I have had the same comments about the bizarre reaction to COVID-19 here on Guam, where we could have been more like Florida and kept our freedoms. And maybe kept our kids in schools and kept them on teams instead of kicking them off because they weren't vaccinated.
Man, I'm telling you, I can't believe how many children and vulnerable adults, if you will, persons with disabilities are just impacted by all of this. And it's wretched, man. It's wretched to see how services for some of these middle-class folks who, you know, barely can eke out their fixed incomes. And, you know, it's just amazing that our people are as resilient as they are.
Well, then you've got this full-blown gaslighting. Oh, we stood up an unemployment insurance program in no time flat. Oh, yeah, the software company that you were working with is the guys that manage UIs for a bunch of different states all across the country. They had a head start on it. It's just a question of, you know, formulating it for Guam and tying it in with the existing website.
Well, you know, don't get me wrong, brother. I mean, there's people who are excited to celebrate their Second Amendment rights. This has helped them start to prep for a better economy, an economy that's going to be more analog and maybe less digital. So ham radio, yo. And people need to really think about, you know, prepping for what will be a new season, and I'm hoping for that. But a season where we're more resilient as a people. So typhoons, be they small or large, we know that the bigger typhoon is in the heart of the voter. And reaching out to, I want to say to all undecideds out there, you know you're in the trenches, you know you're in the coffers, and you're getting paid off of what you see as some, you know, gravy. But you know that I know, you know, there's going to be feasts and there are going to be famines. And people had to have thought about that when the stimmies came out. People had to have thought that when all the slush was going to one side of the sea. Or the
we were very clear on that. Hold on to that money. Hold that dough as long as you possibly can, because that gravy train is going to run out, and apparently they're signaling that it's going to run out January the 11th of 2023 is when the national public health emergency is going to expire, and that ain't going to be good for anybody. So I hope you held on to as much of that as you possibly could in the face of everything else. Just a reminder, gas prices are going to go up when the fees and the taxes get put back into place sometime next month, and that $100 a month thing from the governor for your power bill, that goes away as well. So keep all of that in mind. Hey, I gotta go. I'll talk to you soon, Adonis. We'll chat again tomorrow, maybe.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
Camacho at it.
Was he allowed to do that? It's too late now. I guess it's 10. Time for Fox News.
No let-up in last-minute campaigning. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. The midterms are only 2 days away, and candidates are keeping up their efforts to win votes. New York, a key focus where President Biden is campaigning for Governor Kathy Hochul.
This presidential visit comes one day after former President Bill Clinton stepped in to help the incumbent. It's important to point out that most people who live in New York aren't laughing about the crime right now, but the latest Quinnipiac poll shows Governor Kathy Hochul has just a 4-point lead over Congressman Lee Zeldin, and crime is the hot topic. Congressman Lee Zeldin has focused his campaign around the surge in crime.
Fox's Alexis McAdams. Former President Trump in Miami holding a rally in support of GOP Senator Marco Rubio.
The people of Florida are going to re-elect the wonderful, the great friend of mine, Marco Rubio, to the United States Senate.
Polls show Rubio leads Democratic candidate Val Demings by about 6 points. Like several states, the race for Senate in Arizona is tightening with Election Day around the corner. Incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly speaking to supporters today.
2 years ago, you all sent me to the U.S. Senate to cut through the red tape and just get stuff done. And that's what I've done.
A Fox News poll released last week showed Kelly ahead by 2 points over Republican challenger Blake Masters. The state's gubernatorial race also extremely close. Gas prices fell 3 cents over the past couple of weeks to a new national average of $3.89 a gallon. Oil industry analyst Troby Lundberg.
The low in this panel is Houston at 302, and the high is San Francisco Bay at 552. Between those, we have Denver at 342. Boston, 383, and Indianapolis, 421.
Lundberg does not expect any further price drops. Americans are listening to Fox News.
Jason in the House, the Jason Chaffetz podcast. There is always someone doing something stupid somewhere. Dive deeper than the headlines and the party lines as I take on American life, politics, and entertainment. Join me, Jason Chaffetz, every Wednesday as I shed light on the news and make some predictions along the way. You never know who will drop in. Subscribe now on foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.